This is Station Atlas, broadcasting from the edge of survival. I'm Atlas, your voice in the darkness, your beacon of hope in these troubled times. It's been 6 months since the day that changed everything. 6 months since the skies rained fire, and the world as we knew it came to an end. I know you're out there, survivors, huddled around makeshift radios, clinging to every word, every bit of information that might help you make it through another day. And that's why I'm here. Why I keep broadcasting, why I keep fighting. Because as long as there's even one person listening, there's hope. Let's start with a recap for those who might be tuning in for the first time, or for those who need a reminder of how we got here. Half a year ago, our astronomers spotted a cluster of meteors heading our way. At first, it was exciting. They promised a spectacular light show, a once-in-a-lifetime celestial event, and for a brief moment, it was beautiful. The night sky lit up with streaks of fire, a dazzling display that had everyone looking up in wonder. But then, the impacts started. The first one hit in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, triggering tsunamis that devastated coastlines around the world. The next struck in the heart of Europe, turning ancient cities to dust in an instant. More followed, striking every continent, unleashing earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and firestorms that raged for weeks. The devastation was immediate and catastrophic. Millions died in the first hours. Millions more in the days that followed. Those of us who survived found ourselves in a world transformed. The impacts and the fires kicked up so much dust and debris that it blotted out the sun. We've been living in a state of perpetual twilight ever since. And that brings us to our current situation. The world we knew is gone. The institutions we relied on, governments, economies, social structures, have all collapsed or are barely functioning. We're facing a new ice age as global temperatures continue to drop. Food is scarce, clean water even scarcer, disease is rampant, and yet here we are, surviving, adapting, refusing to give up. That's why this broadcast exists. To connect us, to share vital information, to remind us that we're not alone in this struggle. Over the next few hours, I'll be covering a range of topics crucial to our survival. We'll talk about the current weather conditions and what they mean for us. We'll discuss food and water safety, because in this new world, a simple mistake can be fatal. We'll share news from other surviving communities, because knowledge is power, and knowing what's happening beyond our immediate surroundings can mean the difference between life and death. We'll also delve into health issues, both physical and mental. Because staying alive isn't just about having enough food and water. It's about staying strong, staying sane, staying human in a world that seems intent on stripping away our humanity. And we'll talk about hope, about the future, about why we keep fighting, keep surviving, keep believing that there's something worth saving in this broken world. But before we dive into all of that, let me give you a quick overview of our current global situation, as best as I can piece it together from the reports I've received. North America is largely a wasteland, with small pockets of survivors scattered across what used to be the United States and Canada. The East Coast was hit hard by tsunamis, while the Midwest is dealing with massive dust storms that make travel nearly impossible. Europe is in a similar state. The meteor strike there obliterated several countries, and the resulting shockwaves devastated much of the continent. There are rumors of a large survivor community in the Alps, but communication is spotty at best. Asia is a mixed bag. Some areas were hit hard, others less so. There are reports of large survivor groups in Siberia and the Himalayas, areas that were somewhat shielded from the immediate impacts. Africa and South America have gone dark. We simply don't know what's happening there. Australia and New Zealand seem to have fared better than most, possibly due to their geographical isolation. But they're dealing with their own challenges, including dwindling resources and an influx of refugees from harder-hit areas. As for the rest of the world, your guess is as good as mine. Islands, coastal areas, anywhere near impact sites, they're likely gone. But there's always hope. Every day, I hear from survivors in places I thought were lost. Life finds a way, as they say. Now, I know this all sounds grim, and I won't lie to you, it is. We're facing challenges unlike anything in recorded human history. But that's exactly why we need to stay informed, stay prepared, and above all, stay connected. because it's only by working together, by sharing knowledge and resources, that we'll have any chance of not just surviving, but rebuilding. So stay tuned, survivors. Over the next few hours, you need to know to make it in this new world. From practical survival tips to the latest news and scientific insights, we'll cover it all. And remember, if you have any information to share, any questions that need answering, there are ways to get in touch. We're all in this together. Now, let's start with something that affects us all. Something that's changed dramatically since the impacts. The weather. Understanding our new climate isn't just a matter of knowing whether to wear a coat or not. In our new reality, it can mean the difference between life and death. So let's break down what's happening in our skies and what it means for us on the ground. First, the temperature. If you've stepped outside lately, or even if you haven't, you've probably noticed it's cold. And I don't mean winter cold. I mean bone-chilling, life-threatening cold. Our current average global temperature has dropped by several degrees since the impacts, and it's still falling. Here at my location, we're seeing daytime highs that would have been considered extreme lows in the old world. And at night, well, let's just say frostbite is a very real concern. This extreme cold is due to what scientists call impact winter. All that dust and debris thrown into the atmosphere by the meteor strikes, it's acting like a blanket, preventing the sun's warmth from reaching the surface. And until that dust settles, which could take years, we're stuck in this twilight freeze. But it's not just the cold we have to worry about. The dust in the atmosphere is causing all sorts of other weather phenomena. Dust storms are common, especially in areas near impact sites. These aren't your run-of-the-mill dust storms either. We're talking about walls of choking, blinding dust that can last for days. If you're caught out in one of these, your chances of survival are slim. Rain patterns have also changed dramatically. In some areas, the dust particles in the atmosphere are acting as condensation nuclei, leading to increased rainfall. But this isn't the gentle, life-giving rain we once knew. These are torrential downpours, often filled with toxic chemicals from the meteors and the fires that followed. In other areas, we're seeing prolonged droughts as the disrupted water cycle fails to bring moisture to regions that once depended on it. And then, there's the wind. The drastic temperature changes have led to extreme wind patterns. We're seeing hurricane-force winds in places that never experienced them before. These winds can topple trees, destroy shelters, and make travel nearly impossible. They also spread the dust and ash, exacerbating respiratory problems that are already all too common in our post-impact world. Now, let's talk about the dust levels in the air, because this is crucial for anyone who needs to venture outside, and even for those staying indoors. The particulate matter in our atmosphere is at levels that would have been considered catastrophic in the old world. We're not just talking about reduced visibility here. This dust can cause severe respiratory issues, eye irritations, and can even penetrate inadequate shelters. The composition of this dust varies depending on your location. Near impact sites, it may contain pulverized rock and even microscopic diamonds formed by the extreme heat and pressure of the strikes. In areas that experienced widespread fires, the dust is likely to contain ash and soot, and in many places, it's a mixture of all of these, along with pollutants released from damaged industrial sites. Breathing this air without protection can lead to serious health problems. We're seeing a rise in respiratory diseases, from chronic bronchitis to a condition some are calling impact lung. If you must go outside, it's crucial to cover your mouth and nose with the best filtration you can manage. Even indoors, air purification should be a top priority. Looking ahead to the coming week, I'm afraid I don't have much good news. Our makeshift weather stations are predicting more of the same cold temperatures, with possible dust storms moving in from the east. For those in coastal areas, be on alert for storm surges. The disrupted weather patterns are making tides more unpredictable and potentially dangerous. Long-term, the outlook is uncertain. Some scientists believe we could be entering a new ice age that could last for decades or even centuries. Others are more optimistic, suggesting that as the dust settles, we might see a gradual return to more normal temperatures. The truth is, we're in uncharted territory. The Earth has experienced asteroid impacts before, but never with a technologically advanced human civilization here to witness and record the effects. What we do know is that our climate has changed, and it's likely to keep changing. Adapting to these new conditions isn't just a matter of putting on an extra layer of clothes. It's about fundamentally changing how we live, how we grow food. It's about learning to read the new signs in the sky and understand what they mean for our survival. For those of you who were accustomed to checking a weather app or watching a meteorologist on television, those days are gone. We need to relearn the old ways of weather prediction, observing cloud patterns, animal behavior, and other natural signs. In the coming weeks, I'll be sharing more information on how to do this, so stay tuned. In the meantime, here are some immediate actions you can take to protect yourself from our harsh new climate. First, insulation is key. Whether you're in a permanent shelter or a temporary one, do everything you can to seal out the cold. Use whatever materials you can find: old clothes, newspapers, even dry leaves. Creating a barrier between you and the outside air can make a huge difference in your ability to maintain body heat. Second, be prepared for rapid weather changes. What starts as a clear, cold day can quickly turn into a blinding dust storm or a toxic rain shower. Always have a plan to get to shelter quickly, and if possible, carry protective gear with you at all times. Third, collect and store clean water whenever possible. With rain patterns disrupted and much of our precipitation contaminated, having a supply of safe drinking water is more crucial than ever. I'll be discussing water purification techniques in detail later in the broadcast, so don't go away. Fourth, be mindful of wind directions. If you're near an impact site or an area that experienced major fires, the wind can bring dangerous levels of dust and contaminants your way. Try to position your shelter with this in mind and be ready to seal it up quickly if the wind shifts. Lastly, and I can't stress this enough, protect your lungs. Fashion makeshift masks if you have to. Use wet cloth, multiple layers, anything to filter the air you're breathing. Your lungs are your lifeline, and in this dust-filled world, they're under constant assault. Remember, survivors, knowledge is power. Understanding our new climate, harsh as it is, gives us a fighting chance. It allows us to plan, to prepare, to adapt, and adaptation is the key to survival. Now, I know all of this information about our climate might seem overwhelming, even frightening, but I want you to remember something. Humans are incredibly adaptable. We've survived ice ages before, though admittedly not with billions of people and a global civilization. We've lived in some of the harshest environments on the planet, from the frozen tundra to scorching deserts. This new world we find ourselves in is challenging, yes, but it's not beyond our ability to adapt. In fact, I've been hearing reports of incredible innovations from survivor communities around the world. In what used to be Scandinavia, groups are reviving ancient Viking techniques for insulating homes, combining them with modern materials to create shelters that can withstand the intense cold. In areas prone to dust storms, people are developing early warning systems, using everything from homemade weather vanes to observing animal behavior. There's a community in what was once the Australian outback that has become experts in reading the new cloud formations, predicting dust storms and toxic rain with remarkable accuracy. They've even started training young people in these techniques, passing on this vital knowledge to the next generation. These stories of adaptation and resilience are happening all over. It's a testament to human ingenuity and our will to survive, and it's why I continue to have hope for our future, despite the challenges we face. Speaking of challenges, let's move on to another crucial aspect of survival in our post-impact world: water. In many ways, water has become our most precious resource. We can survive for weeks without food, but only days without water. And in our new reality, finding safe water has become one of our greatest challenges. The meteor impacts and subsequent climate changes have disrupted water cycles all over the planet. Rivers have changed course, lakes have dried up or become contaminated, and even groundwater in many areas has been affected. Add to this the contamination from dust, ash, and chemicals released by the impacts, and you begin to see the scale of our water problem. But don't despair. There are ways to find, purify, and conserve water, even in this harsh new world. Over the next segment, I'll be sharing vital information on water purification techniques, how to identify safe water sources, and tips for water conservation. This information could save your life, so stay tuned. Remember, survivors, knowledge is our most powerful tool. Together, we can learn to navigate this new world, to not just survive, but to build something new from the ashes of the old. Stay strong, stay safe, and keep listening. This is Atlas, and you're tuned to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the wasteland. Now, let's dive into one of the most critical skills, water purification. In the old world, most of us took clean water for granted. We turned on a tap, and there it was, safe and drinkable. Those days are long gone. Now every sip of water comes with risk, and knowing how to make that water safe could mean the difference between life and death. Let's start with the basics. There are several methods of water purification available to us, even with limited resources. The most straightforward is boiling. If you can make a fire, you can make water safer to drink. Bring the water to a rolling boil and let it continue boiling for at least 1 minute. At higher altitudes, you'll want to boil for at least 3 minutes to be safe. This will kill most harmful bacteria and parasites. However, boiling alone won't remove chemical contaminants or heavy metals, which are unfortunately common in many water sources now. For this, we need to look at filtration methods. One of the simplest is the improvised charcoal filter. You can make this using a container like a plastic bottle or a piece of bamboo, filling it with layers of cloth, sand, and crushed charcoal. The charcoal is particularly good at absorbing many chemical contaminants. To make a charcoal filter, start with a container that has a small hole in the bottom. Layer it from bottom to top with cloth, sand, more cloth, crushed charcoal, another layer of cloth, and finally, more sand. Pour water through the top and collect the filtered water from the bottom. It's not perfect, but it can significantly improve water quality. For those lucky enough to have access to them, commercial water filters can be incredibly effective. Many of these use ceramic filters or advanced membranes that can remove even the smallest contaminants. If you have one, treat it like gold. Clean it regularly and carefully according to its instructions to extend its life as long as possible. Another method that's gaining popularity among survivor communities is solar disinfection, or SODIS. This method uses the UV radiation from sunlight to kill harmful microorganisms. Fill a clear plastic or glass bottle with water, shake it up to add oxygen, then lay it horizontally in direct sunlight for at least 6 hours, or 2 days if it's cloudy. This method works best in areas that get strong, direct sunlight. Chemical purification is another option, though supplies of purification tablets are obviously limited. If you have access to household bleach, you can use it to disinfect water in an emergency. Use unscented bleach and add about 2 drops per quart of clear water, or 4 drops if the water is cloudy. Mix well and let it stand for 30 minutes before drinking. Now, let's talk about identifying safe water sources. In our new world, appearances can be deceiving. A clear running stream might be contaminated with toxic runoff, while a stagnant pond might be safer than you'd think. Here are some guidelines to follow. Rainwater is generally one of the safest sources, especially if you can collect it before it hits the ground. Set up rain catchment systems wherever you can. Just be aware that in some areas, particularly near impact sites, even rain can be contaminated with acid or other pollutants. If the rain burns your skin or leaves residue, don't drink it without thorough purification. Moving water is generally safer than standing water, but that's not a hard and fast rule anymore. If you're near a stream or river, check upstream as far as you can for signs of contamination, like dead fish, unusual colors, or strong odors. Groundwater, accessed through wells or springs, is often safer than surface water because the soil acts as a natural filter. However, be cautious. Some of the meteors penetrated deep into the earth, contaminating groundwater in many areas. Snow and ice can be good water sources, but remember that freezing doesn't kill all contaminants. You'll still need to melt and purify this water before drinking. Avoid water sources near visible impact craters or areas that experienced major fires. These are likely to be highly contaminated with toxic materials. Plant transpiration is another method of obtaining water that's often overlooked. Tie a clear plastic bag around a leafy tree branch. As the plant releases water through its leaves, It will condense on the inside of the bag. This water is generally quite pure, though you should still purify it if possible. Now, once you've found and purified water, the next crucial step is proper storage. In our post-impact world, every drop counts. Store your purified water in clean, sealed containers away from sunlight. If possible, use dark containers or cover them to prevent algae growth. Rotate your water supply regularly, using the oldest water first. Even purified water can become contaminated over time, especially if it's not stored properly. If you're unsure about stored water, it's best to re-purify it before drinking. Remember, water isn't just for drinking hygiene. We need it. These uses are also critical for survival, as they help prevent the spread of disease. However, in times of scarcity, you may need to prioritize drinking water above all else. Here are some water conservation tips that can help extend your supply. First, fix any leaks immediately. In the old world, a dripping faucet was an annoyance. Now it could be a life-threatening waste of resources. Reuse water whenever possible. Water used for rinsing fruits and vegetables can be used to water plants. Even gray water from washing can be used for flushing toilets if you still have that luxury. When washing hands or dishes, use the minimum amount of water necessary. Turn off the flow while scrubbing, and only rinse briefly. If you're in an area that still gets rainfall, set up rain barrels or other collection systems to capture as much as possible. Even morning dew can be collected using large pieces of cloth left out overnight. In dry areas, be aware of water loss through evaporation. Store water in sealed containers and avoid leaving standing water exposed to the air. Learn to recognize the signs of dehydration in yourself and others. These include dark urine, dry mouth, fatigue, and dizziness. In our harsh new environment, dehydration can set in quickly and can be deadly if not addressed. Now, I know some of you out there might be in situations where clean water is extremely scarce. You might be tempted to drink unpurified water out of desperation. I can't stress enough how dangerous this can be. The waterborne diseases in our post-impact world are often severe and can be fatal, especially given the limited medical care available. It's far better to spend time and energy purifying small amounts of water than to risk drinking contaminated water. That being said, there are emergency measures you can take. If you find yourself without any means of purification, digging a solar still can provide small amounts of clean water. To do this, dig a hole in the ground, place a container in the center, cover the hole with plastic, and place a small weight in the center of the plastic above the container. Water will evaporate from the ground and condense on the underside of the plastic, dripping into the container. Another emergency method is transpiration bags, which I mentioned earlier. These can be used on any leafy plant or tree branch. While the amount of water collected is small, it's generally quite pure. In truly desperate situations, you can filter water through layers of cloth to remove larger particulates. While this won't make the water safe to drink, it can be used as a last resort for cleaning wounds or rinsing food. Remember, the key to water security in our new world is a combination of knowledge, preparation, and conservation. Always be on the lookout for new water sources. Always have multiple methods of purification available. And always treat water as the precious resource it is. Before we move on to our next topic, I want to remind everyone of the importance of sharing knowledge. If you've discovered a new method of finding or purifying water, if you've located a safe water source, share that information with others in your community. Our survival depends on working together, on pooling our knowledge and resources. In the coming weeks, I'll be discussing more advanced water purification techniques, including how to construct more elaborate filtration systems using salvaged materials. I'll also be sharing information on how to test water for specific contaminants, which can be crucial in areas affected by industrial pollution or meteor impact residue. Stay tuned, stay hydrated, and stay alive. This is Atlas, reminding you that knowledge is the key to survival in our post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing another critical aspect of survival: food safety and sourcing in our new reality. Don't go away. Your life may depend on what you're about to hear. Now, let's turn our attention to another critical aspect of survival in our post-impact world: food. Just like water, the food situation has changed dramatically since the meteor strikes. The global agricultural system we once relied on is gone. Supply chains have collapsed. Supermarkets, if they still stand, have long since been looted. In this new world, we've had to relearn old skills and develop new ones to keep ourselves fed. Let's start with identifying safe food sources. In the immediate aftermath of the impacts, many relied on scavenging canned and packaged foods from abandoned stores and homes. While this was a necessary short-term solution, those resources are dwindling fast. We need to focus on sustainable food sources. One of the most accessible food sources for many survivors is wild plants. However, this comes with significant risks. The meteor impacts have altered our environment in ways we're still trying to understand. Plants that were once safe to eat may now be contaminated to changed conditions. Never eat a plant unless you are absolutely certain it's safe. For those of you who don't have experience with foraging, here are some general rules to follow. First, learn to identify plants with 100% certainty. There are many lookalikes in the plant world, and mistaking a poisonous plant for an edible one could be fatal. If you have access to field guides or botanical knowledge, these are invaluable resources. Some common edible plants that have shown resilience in our post-impact world include dandelions, which are entirely edible from root to flower, chickweed, which is high in vitamin C, and lamb's quarters, also known as wild spinach. Nuts from trees like oak and beech can provide crucial fats and proteins. However, be cautious. Avoid foraging near impact sites or areas that experience significant fires, as these are likely to be contaminated. Also, be aware that some plants accumulate toxins more readily than others. Mushrooms, for instance, while potentially a good food source, can also concentrate dangerous levels of heavy metals and other pollutants. If you're unsure about a plant, there's a universal edibility test you can perform. It's not foolproof, but it can help if you're in a desperate situation. First, rub a small piece of the plant on the inside of your wrist or elbow. Wait 15 minutes. If there's no reaction, touch a small piece to the outside of your lip. Wait another 15 minutes. If there's still no reaction, put a small piece in your mouth, but don't swallow. Wait 15 minutes. If you don't experience any burning, tingling, or other adverse effects, swallow the small piece and wait several hours. If you still feel fine, the plant is probably safe to eat in small quantities. Remember, this test doesn't protect against plants that are toxic in accumulation, so use it sparingly and only in true survival situations. Now, let's talk about animal protein. Hunting and trapping have become crucial skills in many survivor communities. However, like with plants, we need to be cautious. Animals can accumulate toxins from their environment, especially predators and scavengers at the top of the food chain. When hunting, look for signs of health in the animal. Avoid those that appear sickly or behave strangely. After taking down an animal, examine its internal organs. If the liver looks discolored or has spots, if there are growths or discolorations on other organs, it's best to discard the animal. It's a waste, I know, but eating contaminated meat could make you severely ill. Smaller animals like rabbits and squirrels are often safer choices than larger predators. Fish can be a good source of protein, but be cautious about water sources. If the water is visibly polluted, or there are dead fish floating on the surface, it's best to avoid fishing there. For those in coastal areas, shellfish can be a valuable food source. However, they're also prone to accumulating toxins, especially in areas affected by algal blooms, which have become more common in our changed climate. If you're harvesting shellfish, make sure you know how to recognize signs of toxic algal blooms. Now, let's discuss basic hunting and trapping techniques. If you have firearms and ammunition, you're at an advantage. But remember that gunshots can attract unwanted attention. Silent hunting methods like bow hunting or trapping are often safer options. For trapping, simple snares can be effective for small game. These can be made from wire, strong cord, or even plant fibers if you know how to process them. Place snares along game trails or near burrows. Check them regularly, both for humane reasons and to prevent scavengers from taking your catch. Fishing can be done with improvised hooks and lines. Hooks can be fashioned from small bones, wood, or even pop tabs from cans. Line can be made from plant fibers, stripped electrical wire, or unraveled cloth. If you don't have bait, try using bright objects to attract fish. For those of you in urban or suburban areas, don't overlook the potential of urban wildlife. Pigeons, for instance, are a readily available source of protein in many cities. Rats, while not appealing to many, can also be a survival food if properly prepared. Speaking of preparation, let's talk about food safety. In our post-impact world, foodborne illness can be a death sentence. Always cook meat thoroughly. If you have a thermometer, internal temperatures should reach at least 165 degrees Fahrenheit for poultry and ground meats, 145 for whole cuts of red meat. If you don't have a thermometer, cook until all parts of the meat are no longer pink and juices run clear. For fish, cook until it flakes easily with a fork. When in doubt, overcook rather than undercook. Cross-contamination is another major concern. If possible, use separate cutting surfaces for meat and plant foods. If you must use the same surface, clean it thoroughly between uses. In the absence of soap, now, let's discuss food preservation. In a world without refrigeration, knowing how to preserve food can mean the difference between feast and famine. One of the simplest preservation methods is drying. Thinly sliced meat or fruits can be dried in the sun or over a low fire. Once completely dry, these foods can last for months if kept in a cool, dry place. Smoking is another effective preservation method, especially for meat and fish. The smoke both dries the food and imparts chemicals that inhibit bacterial growth. If you have access to salt, salting is an excellent preservation method. Salt draws out moisture, creating an environment inhospitable to many microorganisms. Fermentation is a preservation method that's gaining popularity in many survivor communities. Not only does it preserve food, but it also increases nutritional value and provides beneficial bacteria that can aid digestion. Simple ferments like sauerkraut can be made with just cabbage and salt. If you're lucky enough to have access to vinegar or can make your own, pickling is another great preservation option. Many vegetables can be preserved this way, extending their usable life by months. For those of you who have managed to restart some form of agriculture, proper storage of harvested foods is crucial. Root cellars, even improvised ones, can help keep vegetables fresh for longer. Learning which plants store well and which need to be used quickly can help you plan your consumption and avoid waste. Now, I want to address a topic that many of you might find uncomfortable: insects as a food source. In our pre-impact world, entomophagy, or insect eating, was not common in many cultures. But in our new reality, we need to consider all options. Insects are highly nutritious, containing good amounts of protein, healthy fats, and various micronutrients. Many insects are relatively easy to collect and can be found in large numbers. Grasshoppers, crickets, and mealworms are all edible and can be prepared in various ways. Typically, it's best to cook insects to kill any parasites they might be carrying. They can be roasted, ground into flour, or added to stews. Remember, not all insects are safe to eat. Avoid brightly colored insects, which often indicate toxicity. Also, be cautious with insects found near contaminated areas, as they can accumulate toxins from their environment. Lastly, let's talk about food rationing. In our new world, there will likely be times when food is scarce. Knowing how to ration effectively can help you survive these lean periods. First, understand your body's needs. While the old recommendation of 2,000 calories a day is a good baseline, you can survive on less if necessary. Prioritize proteins and fats, which provide more energy and satiety than carbohydrates. If food is very scarce, consider implementing a rotation system where you eat a larger meal every other day rather than small amounts daily. This can help conserve energy used in digestion. Stay hydrated, as water can help you feel fuller. If possible, forage for low-calorie, high-volume foods like leafy greens to help fill your stomach without depleting your main food stores. Remember, food is more than just calories. It's also about micronutrients. In a survival situation, conditions like scurvy can set in surprisingly quickly. Try to include a variety of foods in your diet, especially anything rich in vitamin C. Before we move on, I want to emphasize again the importance of community. If you're part of a group, pool your knowledge and resources. Some people might be skilled at identifying plants, others at hunting or trapping. Work together, share your skills, and you'll all have a better chance at survival. In future broadcasts, we'll delve deeper into specific foraging techniques, discuss how to restart small-scale agriculture in our changed climate, and explore more advanced food preservation methods. Remember, in our new world, knowledge truly is power. And when it comes to food, it can be the difference between life and death. Stay safe, stay fed, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing the current global situation, as best as we can piece it together from the reports coming in from around the world. The news might be grim, but remember, information is a tool for survival. Don't touch that dial. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. As promised, we're now going to delve into the current global situation, as best as we can piece it together from the reports we've been receiving. I want to preface this by saying that our information is fragmented and often unverified. Communication networks are spotty at best, and in many areas, they're non-existent. What I'm about to share with you is a combination of direct reports from survivors, observations from our network of amateur radio operators based on our understanding of the impacts and their aftermath. Let's start with North America. The United States and Canada, once global superpowers, have been brought to their knees. The East Coast, as many of you know, was devastated by tsunamis triggered by Atlantic Ocean impacts. Cities like New York, Boston, and Miami are largely underwater. The few survivors in these areas have retreated inland, forming small communities in the Appalachian Mountains and other high ground. The Midwest, once the breadbasket of North America, is now a dust bowl. The impact winter has led to crop failures on a massive scale, and the Plain States are experiencing dust storms reminiscent of the 1930s Dust Bowl, but on a much larger and more devastating scale. There are reports of survivor communities forming around the Great Lakes, which provide a vital source of fresh water. The West Coast fared slightly better in the initial impacts, but they're grappling with their own challenges. Seismic activity triggered by the impacts has led to increased earthquakes along the San Andreas Fault. We've received reports of a large survivor community in the Sierra Nevada mountains, using the natural protection of the terrain to their advantage. In Canada, the Northern Territories have become a refuge for many. The harsh climate, once seen as inhospitable, now offers protection from some of the worst effects of the impact winter. There are rumors of a large organized survivor group in the Yukon, but we haven't been able to establish direct contact. Moving south to Mexico and Central America, the situation is grim. The collapse of global trade hit these regions hard, and the changing climate has made much of the area nearly uninhabitable. There are reports of mass migrations northward, despite the challenges in the United States. We've heard of survivor communities forming in the mountains of central Mexico, but communication with this region has been spotty at best. South America presents a mixed picture. The Amazon rainforest, once the lungs of the earth, is struggling under the impact winter conditions. However, its dense canopy has provided some protection from the dust storms that plague other regions. We've received reports of survivor communities deep in the jungle, using the natural resources to sustain themselves. The Andes Mountains have become a lifeline for many South American survivors. The high-altitude regions are somewhat shielded from the worst of the climate changes, and ancient agricultural techniques like terraced farming are being revived out of necessity. In the southern cone, Argentina and Chile are facing harsh winters, unlike anything in recorded history. But their distance from major impact sites has left them with fewer immediate contamination issues, and there are reports of relatively large organized survivor groups in Patagonia. Crossing the Atlantic, let's talk about Europe. Western Europe was hit hard, both by direct impacts and by the tsunamis that followed. The low-lying Netherlands is almost entirely underwater. The British Isles, while devastated by impacts and tsunamis, have pockets of survivors, particularly in the Scottish Highlands. Central Europe is a patchwork of devastation and pockets of survival. The Alps have become a haven for many, with reports of a large organized survivor community using the natural defenses of the mountains to their advantage. Eastern Europe, with its history of hardship and resilience, has seen the formation of numerous small, self-sufficient communities. Scandinavia, despite the harsh conditions, has fared better than many regions. The fjords offer some protection, and the population's experience with long, dark winters has proven invaluable in adapting to the impact winter. Moving to Africa, the situation is dire, but not without hope. The Sahara Desert has expanded dramatically, pushing populations toward the coasts and the Central African rainforests. The Nile River Valley, once the cradle of civilization, is experiencing a resurgence as survivors flock to this vital water source. In sub-Saharan Africa, changing rainfall patterns have led to widespread famine. However, we've received reports of survivor communities adapting indigenous farming techniques to the new climate realities. The highlands of Ethiopia and Kenya have become refuges for many. Southern Africa, particularly the region around the Drakensberg Mountains, has seen the formation of large survivor communities. The terrain offers some protection from dust storms, and the savanna, while changed, still offers resources for those who know how to use them. The Middle East, already a region of scarce water resources, has been hit hard by the changing climate. There are reports of mass migrations toward the few remaining reliable water sources. The ancient city of Petra, with its natural defenses and water management systems, has reportedly become a haven for survivors. Moving to Asia, the Indian subcontinent, with its huge population, faced immediate catastrophe. Coastal regions were devastated by tsunamis, and the collapse of the monsoon system has led to widespread famine. However, there are reports of large survivor communities in the Himalayas, using the natural protection of the mountains. China, once the world's most populous country, is struggling with massive dust storms sweeping in from the Gobi Desert, which has expanded dramatically. However, the country's vast network of caves, both natural and man-made, have become refuges for millions. There are rumors of entire underground cities forming, but we've been unable to verify these reports. Southeast Asia has been battered by changing weather patterns and rising sea levels. Many of the region's islands are now underwater. However, the volcanic islands of Indonesia have seen the formation of survivor communities, using the fertile volcanic soil to maintain some level of agriculture. Japan, with its history of natural disasters, has shown remarkable resilience. While the coastal areas were hit hard by tsunamis, there are reports of well-organized survivor communities in the mountainous interior, using a combination of ancient traditions and modern technology to survive. Australia, isolated by vast oceans, has become even more isolated in the post-impact world. The interior of the continent, already arid, has become nearly uninhabitable. Coastal regions are struggling with changing weather patterns and dwindling resources. However, we've received reports of survivor communities forming in Tasmania and along the Great Dividing Range, using the varied terrain to their advantage. New Zealand, thanks to its geographical isolation and varied terrain, has fared better than many regions. There are reports of a large, organized survivor community forming there, working to maintain a semblance of pre-impact civilization. The Pacific Islands have been hit hard by rising sea levels and changing weather patterns. Many smaller islands are now completely underwater. However, some of the larger volcanic islands have become refuges, with survivors using traditional navigation and survival techniques to adapt to the new realities. Now let's talk about the polar regions. In a twist of fate, the Arctic and Antarctic, once the most inhospitable places on Earth, have become beacons of hope for many survivors. The extreme cold of these regions has helped mitigate some of the effects of the impact winter. In the Arctic, we've received reports of survivor communities forming in northern Canada, Alaska, Greenland, and Siberia. These groups are using a combination of indigenous knowledge and modern technology to survive in the harsh conditions. The Arctic's vast oil and gas reserves, once seen as a threat to the environment, are now providing crucial resources for these survivor communities. Antarctica, once reserved for scientific research, has seen an influx of survivors. The research stations, designed to be self-sufficient in harsh conditions, have become the nuclei of survivor communities. There are even reports of rudimentary farming being attempted in the Antarctic Peninsula, using geothermal heat and artificial lighting. Now, I know this global picture might seem bleak, and in many ways it is. We've lost so much, so many. But I want you to remember something. We're still here. Humanity has faced extinction-level events before, and we've survived. We're adaptable, resourceful, and above all, resilient. In every region I've mentioned, there are stories of hope, of people coming together, of communities forming and thriving against all odds. We're seeing a resurgence of ancient survival techniques combined with modern knowledge. We're seeing people set aside old differences and work together for the common good. Yes, our world has changed dramatically. Yes, we face challenges unlike anything in recorded history, but we're facing them together. Every day, we're learning more about our new environment, developing new techniques for survival, and rebuilding not just our means of survival, but our humanity. In the coming weeks, I'll be sharing more detailed reports from specific regions, including survival strategies that are working in different environments. We'll explore how different communities are adapting, what they're learning, and how we can apply these lessons in our own survival efforts. Remember, knowledge is power, and in our new world, it can mean the difference between life and death. If you have information to share, if you've made contact with other survivor communities, find a way to let us know. We're all in this together. Stay strong, stay safe, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your voice in the darkness, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing common post-apocalyptic illnesses and how to treat them with limited resources. Your health is your wealth in this new world. The information you're about to hear could save your life, or the life of someone you care about. Remember, survivors, no matter how dark it seems, there's always hope. As long as we're alive, as long as we're fighting, there's a chance for a better tomorrow. This is Atlas, signing off for now, but I'll be back. Stay tuned to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the wasteland. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your beacon of hope in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to delve into a crucial topic for our survival: common post-apocalyptic illnesses and how to treat them with limited resources. In our new reality, where medical facilities are scarce and supplies are limited, understanding these health risks and knowing how to address them can mean the difference between life and death. Let's start with one of the most prevalent issues we're seeing: respiratory problems. The dust and debris in our atmosphere, a constant reminder of the meteor impacts, have led to a surge in respiratory illnesses. Many survivors are experiencing what some are calling impact lung, a condition characterized by persistent coughing, shortness of breath, and in severe cases, lung inflammation. To combat this, it's crucial to minimize exposure to the contaminated air. If you must go outside, always cover your nose and mouth with the best filtration you can manage. Cloth masks, while not perfect, are better than nothing. If possible, create air filtration systems for your shelters, using whatever materials you have available. HEPA filters, if you can find them, are ideal, but even layers of cloth or air conditioning filters can help. For those already suffering from respiratory issues, steam inhalation can provide some relief. Boil water if you can, and carefully inhale the steam. Adding a few drops of eucalyptus oil or pine needles to the water can enhance the therapeutic effect. Deep breathing exercises, when done in a relatively clean air environment, can help maintain lung function. Next, let's discuss gastrointestinal illnesses. With our water and food sources compromised, digestive problems have become all too common. Diarrhea, in particular, can be life-threatening due to rapid dehydration. If you or someone in your group experiences severe diarrhea, rehydration is crucial. A simple oral rehydration solution can be made by mixing 6 level teaspoons of sugar and half a level teaspoon of salt into 1 liter of clean water. Drink this solution in small, frequent sips. For less severe cases, foods like bananas, if you can find them, rice, or other bland, starchy foods can help firm up stools. Charcoal, which many of you may be using for water filtration, can also be ingested in small amounts to help with diarrhea. However, use this method sparingly and with caution. Skin infections are another major concern in our post-impact world. With limited access to clean water and soap, maintaining hygiene has become challenging. Minor cuts and scrapes, if not properly cared for, can quickly become serious infections. Always clean wounds thoroughly with the cleanest water available. If you have access to it, applying honey to wounds can help prevent infection due to its natural antibacterial properties. For fungal infections, which are becoming increasingly common in our damp, crowded shelters, try to keep the affected area as dry and clean as possible. Exposure to sunlight, if it's safe to do so, can help. A paste made from crushed garlic, if you can find it, can be an effective antifungal treatment. Now, let's talk about a condition that many of you may be experiencing without even realizing it: vitamin deficiencies. With our diets limited by what we can scavenge or grow, many of us are not getting the nutrients our bodies need. Scurvy, caused by vitamin C deficiency, is making a comeback. Symptoms include fatigue, joint pain, and bleeding gums. If you have access to any citrus fruits, rosehips, or leafy greens, incorporate them into your diet. Pine needle tea, which many of you in forested areas can make, is also a good source of vitamin C. Vitamin D deficiency is another concern, especially for those of you spending most of your time in underground shelters. While it's risky to expose yourself to the open air for long periods, try to get at least a few minutes of sunlight each day if possible. If you have access to fish, particularly fatty fish like salmon or mackerel, these are good sources of vitamin D. Another illness we're seeing more of is tetanus. In our new world of rusty metal and dirty wounds, tetanus is a real threat. The bacteria that cause tetanus live in soil and can enter the body through any break in the skin. Symptoms include muscle stiffness, particularly in the jaw, hence its common name, lockjaw. Prevention is key here. Clean all wounds thoroughly and avoid walking barefoot in areas where there might be metal or other sharp objects. Hypothermia is becoming increasing even in areas that were once temperate. The impact winter is pushing temperatures to dangerous lows. Know the signs: uncontrollable shivering, slurred speech, and drowsiness. If someone is showing these symptoms, get them to shelter immediately. Remove any wet clothing and warm them gradually. Direct body heat by huddling together can be life-saving. On the flip side, in some areas, particularly near impact sites or in regions experiencing extreme weather fluctuations, heat-related illnesses are a concern. Heat exhaustion and heat stroke can be deadly. Symptoms include headache, dizziness, and in severe cases, confusion or loss of consciousness. Cooling the body is crucial. If you have water to spare, dampen clothing to help lower body temperature. Mental health issues, while not always visible, are just as critical as physical ailments in our post-impact world. Depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder are widespread. While we may not have access to professional mental health care, there are things we can do to support ourselves and each other. Maintain routines as much as possible. Engage in regular physical activity. Practice relaxation techniques like deep breathing or meditation. Most importantly, maintain social connections. Talk to each other, share your feelings, and remember that it's okay to not be okay. Radiation sickness is a concern in some areas, particularly those near nuclear power plants that may have been damaged during the impacts or in the chaos that followed. Symptoms can include nausea, vomiting, and fatigue. If you suspect you've been exposed to radiation, remove contaminated clothing and wash your body thoroughly if you have the water to spare. Potassium iodide tablets, if you can find them, can help protect against radioactive iodine, but they don't protect against other types of radiation exposure. Now, I want to address a delicate but crucial topic: childbirth in our post-impact world. For those of you who are pregnant or may become pregnant, know that women have been giving birth in challenging conditions throughout human history. If possible, identify someone in your community with medical experience who can assist with deliveries. Maintain the best hygiene possible during birth to prevent infection. Remember, while it may seem daunting, new life is a powerful symbol of hope and resilience. Before we move on, I want to emphasize the importance of preventive measures. In our new reality, preventing illness is far easier than treating it. Prioritize hygiene as much as your water supply allows. Even if you can't bathe regularly, keep your hands as clean as possible, especially before handling food. If soap is scarce, ash can be used as an alternative. Maintain your living space as clean as you can. I know it's challenging, but reducing clutter and waste can significantly decrease the risk of disease. If possible, designate separate areas for sleeping, food preparation, and waste management. Physical fitness, while it might seem like a luxury, is crucial for overall health and resilience. Regular exercise can boost your immune system, improve mental health, and keep you prepared for the physical demands of survival. It doesn't have to be complicated. Simple exercises like push-ups, squats, or jogging in place can make a big difference. Lastly, I want to talk about the importance of sleep. In our constantly vigilant state, many of you may be sacrificing sleep for security, but chronic sleep deprivation can severely impact your health and decision-making abilities. Try to establish sleep schedules and stick to them as much as possible. If you're in a group, consider setting up a watch rotation to allow everyone to get adequate rest. Remember, survivors, your health is your most valuable asset in this new world. Take care of yourselves and each other. Share the knowledge you've gained, and don't hesitate to ask for help when you need it. We're all in this together, and it's only by supporting each other that we'll make it through. In future broadcasts, we'll dive deeper into specific medical techniques and improvised treatments. We'll also discuss how to set up basic medical facilities in your communities, and how to preserve and pass on medical knowledge. Stay strong, stay healthy, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be exploring the crucial topic of mental health in our new reality. The challenges we face aren't just physical, and understanding how to maintain our mental well-being is key to our long-term survival. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could be the lifeline you or someone you care about needs in these trying times. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to delve into a topic that's crucial for our survival, yet often overlooked: mental health. In our new reality, where every day it's easy to neglect our mental well-being. But make no mistake, your mind is just as important as your body when it comes to long-term survival. Let's start by acknowledging the obvious. We're all traumatized. Every single one of us has experienced loss on an unimaginable scale. We've lost loved ones, our homes, our way of life. We've witnessed the near destruction of our world. It's normal, even expected, to feel overwhelmed, scared, angry, or numb. These are all natural responses to the extreme situation we find ourselves in. One of the most common mental health issues we're seeing in survivor communities is post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD. Symptoms can include flashbacks, nightmares, severe anxiety, and uncontrollable thoughts about the impacts in their aftermath. If you're experiencing these symptoms, know that you're not alone, and there are things you can do to manage them. Grounding techniques can be helpful when you're feeling overwhelmed or experiencing a flashback. One simple method is the 5 to 4 -3 -2 -1 technique. Name 5 things you can see around you, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you can hear, 2 things you can smell, and 1 thing you can taste. This helps bring your mind back to the present moment. Another common issue is depression. In our post-impact world, it's understandable to feel hopeless at times. But prolonged feelings of despair, loss of interest in activities, changes in sleep patterns, or thoughts of suicide are signs that you may be dealing with depression. Remember, even in our darkest moments, there is hope. We've survived this far, and together, we can build a future. If you're struggling with depression, try to maintain a routine as much as possible. Set small, achievable goals for each day, even if it's something as simple as organizing your shelter or helping prepare a meal. Physical activity, even in small amounts, can also help combat depression by releasing endorphins, our body's natural mood elevators. Anxiety is another mental health challenge many of us are facing. With the constant threat of danger and an uncertain future, it's natural to feel on edge. But when anxiety starts to interfere with daily functioning, it becomes a problem. Symptoms can include constant worry, restlessness, difficulty concentrating, and physical symptoms like rapid heartbeat or sweating. Deep breathing exercises can be a powerful tool for managing anxiety. Try this. Breathe in slowly through your nose for a count of 4, hold for a count of 7, then exhale slowly through your mouth for a count of 8. Repeat this cycle 4 times. This technique, known as 4 to 7 -8 breathing, can help calm your nervous system. Now, let's talk about an issue that's particularly relevant in our post-impact world: grief. We've all lost so much, and the process of grieving in this new reality is complex. There's no right or wrong way to grieve, and it's important to allow yourself to feel your emotions. However, if grief is completely overwhelming you, preventing you from functioning or caring for yourself, it's important to seek support. Creating rituals or memorials can be a helpful way to process grief. Even something as simple as sharing stories about lost loved ones or creating a small memorial with found objects can provide a sense of closure and connection. Substance abuse is another mental health concern we're seeing in many survivor communities. With the stress and trauma we're all experiencing, it's understandable that some might turn to alcohol or other substances as a coping mechanism. However, this can quickly become a dangerous cycle, impairing judgment and potentially putting yourself and your community at risk. If you find yourself relying on substances to cope, try to find healthier alternatives. Physical exercise, meditation, or engaging in creative activities can provide natural stress relief. Remember, in our new world, we need to be alert and clear-headed to survive. Isolation and loneliness are also significant challenges to mental health in our post-impact world. Even those of us in survivor communities may feel isolated from the world we once knew. It's crucial to maintain social connections, even in these difficult circumstances. Share your feelings with others, engage in group activities when possible, and remember that we're all in this together. For those of you who find yourselves completely alone, know that there are still ways to combat loneliness. Keep a journal to express your thoughts and feelings. If possible, try to make radio contact with other survivors. Even the act of listening to this broadcast can provide a sense of connection. Now, let's discuss some general strategies for maintaining mental health in our post-impact world. First and foremost, self-care is not selfish. Taking care of your mental health is just as important as finding food and water. Make time each day, even if it's just a few minutes, to do something. Maintaining a routine can provide a sense of normalcy and control in our chaotic world. Try to wake up and go to sleep at consistent times. If possible, designate specific areas in your shelter for different activities. A sleeping area, a working area, a relaxation area. Physical activity is crucial for mental health. Exercise releases endorphins, which can improve mood and reduce stress. Even in confined spaces, you can do bodyweight exercises, stretching, or pacing. If it's safe to go outside, a short walk can do wonders for your mental state. Mindfulness and meditation can be powerful tools for managing stress and anxiety. You don't need any special equipment or training to practice mindfulness. Simply focus on your breath or on the sensations in your body. When your mind wanders, gently bring it back to your point of focus. Even a few minutes of this practice each day can make a difference. Engaging in creative activities can also be beneficial for mental health. Whether it's drawing, writing, singing, or crafting useful items from scavenged materials, creative expression can provide an outlet for emotions and a sense of accomplishment. For those of you in survivor communities, consider setting up support groups. Regular meetings where people can share their experiences and feelings can be incredibly healing. Remember, you don't need to be a trained therapist to listen and offer support. If you're in a leadership position in your community, it's crucial to prioritize mental health. Encourage open discussions about mental health issues. Create spaces and times for relaxation and community bonding. Remember, a mentally healthy community is a more resilient community. For those of you with children in your care, it's important to address their mental health needs as well. Children may express trauma and stress differently than adults. They may become more clingy, exhibit behavioral problems, or regress in developmental milestones. Provide as much stability and routine as possible. Offer opportunities for play and creative expression. Most importantly, be available to listen and offer reassurance. Now, I want to address a difficult topic: suicide prevention. In our post-impact world, where hope can sometimes feel in short supply, thoughts of suicide may occur. If you're having these thoughts, please remember that you are valued, you are needed, and there is hope, even if you can't see it right now. Reach out to someone in your community. If you don't have anyone to talk to, keep listening to this broadcast. Your life matters. If someone in your community expresses suicidal thoughts, take it seriously. Listen without judgment. Don't leave them alone if you believe they're in immediate danger. Work together to create a safety plan, identifying triggers and coping strategies. Remember, survivors' healing is not linear. You may have good days and bad days. You may feel like you're making progress, only to be set back by a traumatic memory or a new challenge. This is normal. Be patient with yourself and with others. In our post-impact world, we've had to become self-reliant in many ways, but that doesn't mean we have to face our mental health challenges alone. Lean on each other. Share your knowledge and coping strategies. Together, we can build resilience and find hope, even in the darkest of times. In future broadcasts, we'll explore specific therapeutic techniques that can be adapted for our new reality. We'll also discuss how to recognize and respond to mental health crises in your community. Stay strong, stay connected, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing physical fitness and its importance in our new reality. In a world where every day is a test of survival, being in good physical shape can make all the difference. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could give you the edge you need to thrive, not just survive, in our challenging new world. Remember, survivors, your mind is your greatest asset. Take care of it, nurture it, and it will see you through these dark times. We've survived this far, and together, we'll build a future worth living for. This is Atlas, signing off for now, but I'll be back. Stay tuned to Station Atlas, your beacon of hope in the wasteland. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to dive into a topic that's crucial for our survival, but often overlooked in our daily struggle: physical fitness. In our new reality, where every day is a test of endurance and strength, being in good physical shape isn't just about looking good or feeling healthy. It can mean the difference between life and death. Let's start by acknowledging that our lifestyles have changed dramatically since the impacts. Many of us are living in confined spaces, whether that's underground bunkers, fortified buildings, or makeshift shelters, and we're under constant stress. All of these factors can take a toll on our physical health. But here's the good news. Even with limited resources and space, we can maintain and improve our physical fitness. First, let's talk about why fitness is so important in our post-impact world. The most obvious reason is survival. You might need to run from danger, climb to safety, or carry heavy supplies. Being physically fit can make these tasks easier and increase your chances of survival. But there's more to it than that. Regular exercise can boost your immune system, which is crucial when we're facing new diseases and limited medical care. It can improve your mental health, helping you cope with the stress and trauma of our new reality. And it can help you sleep better, which is essential for overall health and cognitive function. Now, let's break down the components of physical fitness and how we can work on each one in our current circumstances. We'll start with cardiovascular endurance. In the old world, you might have gone for a jog or used a treadmill. In our new reality, we need to get creative. If you have enough space, jogging in place or doing jumping jacks can get your heart rate up. If you're in a more confined area, try high knees or butt kicks. Even walking in place, if done for long enough, can improve your cardiovascular health. Next, let's talk about strength training. You don't need fancy gym equipment to build strength. Your own body weight can provide plenty of resistance. Push-ups, squats, lunges, and planks are all excellent exercises that require no equipment. If you want to add some weight, get creative with what you have around you. Filled water bottles, books, or bags of scavenged materials can all serve as makeshift weights. Flexibility is another important component of fitness that's often overlooked. Being flexible can help prevent injuries and improve your overall mobility. Stretching exercises and basic yoga poses can be done in very small spaces. If you don't know any yoga poses, simply reaching for your toes, doing arm circles, and gentle twists can help maintain flexibility. Balance and coordination are crucial skills in our new world, where we might need to navigate unstable terrain or climb to safety. Practice standing on one foot, then try it with your eyes closed. Walking heel to toe in a straight line, as if on a balance beam, can also improve your balance. Now, let's talk about creating a workout routine with limited time and space. The key is to be consistent and to work multiple aspects of fitness into your routine. Here's a sample workout that can be done in a small space. Start with a warm-up. March in place for a minute. Then do arm circles and gentle twists to get your blood flowing. Then do 30 seconds each of jumping jacks, high knees, and butt kicks for cardio. Follow that with strength exercises. Do as many push-ups as you can in 30 seconds. Then 30 seconds of squats, 30 seconds of lunges, alternating legs, and a 30-second plank hold. Repeat this circuit 3 times. Finish with some stretching to cool down. This entire workout can be done in about 20 minutes and hits all the major components of fitness. If 20 minutes feels too long, start with 1 circuit and build up over time. Remember, any movement is better than no movement. For those of you who are already in good shape and looking for more challenge, there are ways to increase the intensity of your workouts. Add jump squats or burpees to your cardio. For strength, try one-legged squats or diamond push-ups. You can also increase the time of each exercise or the number of circuits you do. Now, let's address some common concerns and questions about exercising in our post-impact world. First, what if you're in a group and worried about using up valuable oxygen in a confined space? While it's true that exercise increases oxygen consumption, the benefits of staying fit outweigh this concern in most cases. If possible, take turns exercising in shifts. If you can safely do so, consider exercising outside your shelter during safer times of the day. What about nutrition and exercise? I know many of us are dealing with limited food supplies. It's important to balance the need for physical fitness with the reality of our food situation. If your calorie intake is very low, focus on maintaining your fitness rather than trying to make big gains. Low-intensity exercises like walking in place or gentle stretching can help maintain muscle tone and cardiovascular health without burning too many calories. Hydration is crucial when exercising, but I know clean water is a precious resource for many of you. If your water supply is very limited, you might need to reduce the intensity or duration of your workouts. Always prioritize drinking water over other uses. For those of you dealing with injuries or chronic health conditions, it's still important to stay as active as you safely can. For example, if you can't put weight, you can still do seated arm exercises or stretches for your uninjured limbs. Always listen to your body and don't push through sharp pain. Now, let's talk about how to motivate yourself to exercise when every day is a struggle for survival. It can be hard to find the energy or will to work out when you're constantly stressed and tired. Remember, exercise can actually give you more energy in the long run and help you manage stress better. Start small if you need to, just 5 minutes a day, and build up from there. If you're in a group, consider exercising together. Not only does this make it more fun, but it also builds camaraderie and can improve group dynamics. You can challenge each other, support each other, and hold each other accountable. For those of you responsible for children, involving them in physical activity is crucial for their health and development. Make it fun, turn exercises into games, have relay races, or create obstacle courses with safe, scavenged materials. Remember, physical fitness isn't just about structured exercise. Look for ways to incorporate more movement into your daily survival tasks. If you're scavenging for supplies, take the stairs instead of climbing if it's safe to do so. When moving heavy objects, use proper form to engage your core and leg muscles. Even tasks like hand-washing clothes can be turned into a mini workout if you focus on engaging your muscles. As we navigate this post-impact world, our bodies are our most important tools. Keeping them in good working order isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. Regular physical activity can make you stronger, more resilient, and better equipped to handle whatever challenges come your way. In future broadcasts, we'll dive deeper into specific exercises and how to target different muscle groups. We'll also discuss how to recognize and prevent common exercise-related injuries and how to adapt your fitness routine to different environments and situations. Stay strong, stay active, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be exploring the science behind the meteor impacts and their long-term effects on our planet. Understanding what happened and what we can expect moving forward is crucial for our long-term survival planning. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could shape your survival strategies for years to come. Remember, survivors, your body is capable of amazing things. Push your limits, but do so safely. Every step, every push-up, every stretch is an act of defiance against the devastation around us. It's a statement that we're not just surviving, we're preparing to thrive. This is Atlas, signing off for now, but I'll be back. Stay tuned to Station Atlas, your beacon of strength in the wasteland. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to delve into the science behind the meteor impacts that changed our world forever. Understanding what happened to our planet is crucial not just for satisfying our curiosity, but for planning our long-term survival strategies. Let's start with the basics. 6 months ago, our planet was struck by a cluster of large meteors. These weren't your average shooting stars. We're talking about massive space rocks, some of them kilometers in diameter. The largest was estimated to be about 10 kilometers across, similar in size to the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs 66 million years ago. The first impact occurred in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The energy released was equivalent to millions of nuclear bombs detonating at once. It vaporized an enormous amount of water, sending it into the upper atmosphere, and triggered tsunamis that devastated coastlines around the Pacific Rim. The second major impact struck in Central Europe, obliterating several countries and sending shockwaves across the continent. More impacts followed, hitting every continent. The final tally was 7 major impacts and numerous smaller ones. Now, let's break down the immediate effects of these impacts. First, there were the direct consequences: massive craters, earthquakes, and tsunamis. The impacts released an enormous amount of energy, much of it in the form of heat. This sparked wildfires that raged across vast areas, pumping smoke and soot into the atmosphere. But it's the secondary effects that have shaped our new reality. The impacts threw an enormous amount of dust and debris into the atmosphere. This material, combined with the smoke from global wildfires, formed a thick layer in the upper atmosphere, blocking out a significant portion of the sun's light. This is what's causing our current impact winter. The science behind this is straightforward. Sunlight hits this layer of dust and debris and is reflected back into space before it can warm the Earth's surface. It's similar to what happens after a major volcanic eruption. This reduction in sunlight, but on a much has led to a global temperature drop. Current estimates suggest we're experiencing an average temperature decrease of about 8 degrees worldwide. This might not sound like much, but it's enough to radically alter ecosystems and weather patterns across the globe. The impact winter is affecting different parts of the world in different ways. In tropical regions, once lush rainforests are struggling to survive in the cooler, darker conditions. In temperate zones, we're seeing winter-like conditions year-round. And in polar regions, the cooling effect is expanding the ice caps. But it's not just about cooling. The impacts have disrupted weather patterns worldwide. The dust in the atmosphere provides condensation nuclei for water vapor, leading to increased rainfall in some areas. However, the overall cooling effect means less evaporation from oceans, leading to drought in other regions. The oceans, which play a crucial role in regulating our planet's climate, have been significantly affected. The initial impacts vaporized enormous amounts of seawater, and the ongoing cooling is altering ocean currents. This has far-reaching effects on weather patterns and marine ecosystems. Now, let's talk about the long-term implications. The big question on everyone's mind is, how long will this impact winter last? The honest answer is, we don't know for certain. We're in uncharted territory. However, we can make some educated guesses based on geological evidence from past impact events and volcanic eruptions. The dust and debris in the upper atmosphere will gradually settle over time. The largest particles will fall out first, while the finest particles could remain aloft for years. Based on models from large volcanic eruptions, we might expect the most severe effects of the impact winter to last for 3 to 5 years. However, it could take a decade or more for global temperatures to return to anything close to pre-impact levels. But here's the crucial point. Even after the dust settles, our climate won't simply snap back to what it was before. The impacts have set in motion feedback loops that will continue to affect our climate for years, possibly decades to come. For example, the expansion of ice caps increases the Earth's albedo, or reflectivity. This means that even as the dust settles, more sunlight will be reflected back into space by the increased ice cover, prolonging the cooling effect. The disruption to ocean currents could have long-lasting effects on climate patterns. The oceans store an enormous amount of heat and CO2. Changes in ocean circulation can release this stored CO2, potentially leading to rapid warming once the dust settles. There's also the question of how the biosphere will respond to these changes. The massive die-off of plant life, both on land and in the oceans, means less CO2 is being absorbed from the atmosphere. As temperatures begin to rise again, this excess CO2 could lead to a period of rapid warming. In essence, we're looking at a period of climate instability unlike anything in recorded human history. We may experience rapid swings between cooling and warming as various feedback loops play out. Now, let's talk about how this affects us on a practical level. The ongoing impact winter means that agriculture as we knew it is no longer viable in many parts of the world. The growing seasons have shifted, rainfall patterns have changed, and many crops simply can't survive in the current conditions. This is why it's crucial to adapt our food production methods. We need to focus on crops that can tolerate cooler temperatures and lower light levels. Root vegetables, certain types of grains, and cold-tolerant leafy greens will be important. We also need to explore indoor growing methods, using artificial light and heat where possible. The changing climate also affects our water sources. As rainfall patterns shift, rivers and lakes that communities once depended on may dry up. On the other hand, areas that were once arid might experience increased rainfall. Understanding these patterns in your local area is crucial for long-term survival planning. The impact winter also has implications for our energy needs. With decreased sunlight, solar power is less effective. The changing wind patterns affect wind power, and the cooling temperatures mean we need more energy for heating. This is why it's important to diversify our energy sources and focus on insulation and energy efficiency. Now, let's address some of the misinformation that's been circulating about the impacts and their effects. I've heard reports of people claiming that the impacts were some kind of government conspiracy or alien attack. Let me be clear. All evidence points to these being natural events. Asteroid impacts have occurred throughout Earth's history, and while this cluster of impacts was unusual, it's not outside the realm of natural possibility. I've also heard claims that the impacts have somehow altered the Earth. While the impacts were enormously powerful, they weren't nearly strong enough to significantly affect the Earth's orbit or axis. The changes we're experiencing are due to atmospheric effects, not orbital changes. Some have suggested that the impacts have created new sources of precious metals or other resources. While it's true that the meteors themselves contain metals, the idea that they've created easily accessible new deposits is largely a myth. The material from the meteors was mostly vaporized or scattered widely on impact. Looking to the future, we need to be prepared for ongoing changes. As the dust begins to settle and temperatures start to rise, we'll face new challenges. Rapid melting of ice caps could lead to sea level rise, threatening coastal communities that have so far survived. The thawing of permafrost in Arctic regions could release long-trapped greenhouse gases, potentially accelerating warming. We may also see the emergence of new diseases as ecosystems shift and previously isolated organisms come into contact with human populations. This is why maintaining hygiene and being cautious with unfamiliar plants and animals is so important. On a more positive note, the settling of the dust will mean increased sunlight reaching the Earth's surface. This will be a crucial turning point for agriculture and solar power. However, we need to be prepared for the possibility of rapid warming as this occurs. In the coming years, we'll need to closely observe and adapt to our changing environment. The survivors who thrive will be those who can accurately interpret the signs of environmental change and adjust their strategies accordingly. In future broadcasts, we'll dive deeper into specific aspects of our changed environment. We'll discuss how to read weather patterns in our new climate, how to identify and adapt to local environmental changes, and how to plan for long-term survival in an unstable climate. Stay informed, stay adaptable, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be exploring how our changing climate is affecting different regions of the world, and what this means for survival strategies in various environments. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could be crucial for understanding the challenges and opportunities in your specific area. Remember, survivors, knowledge is power. Understanding the science behind our new reality doesn't just satisfy our curiosity, It gives us the tools to predict, plan, and persevere. We've survived the initial catastrophe, and with wisdom and determination, we'll weather the changes yet to come. This is Atlas, signing off for now, but I'll be back. Stay tuned to Station Atlas, your beacon of understanding in the wasteland. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to explore how our changing climate is affecting different regions of the world and what this means for survival strategies in various environments. Understanding these regional variations is crucial for adapting to our new reality and maximizing our chances of survival. Let's start with North America. The continent has been dramatically altered by the impacts and the subsequent climate change. The East Coast, once home to bustling cities and millions of people, is now largely underwater due to the initial tsunamis and rising sea levels. Survivors in this region are facing a dual challenge, dealing with the encroaching sea and adapting to the colder temperatures brought on by the impact winter. For those of you in the eastern parts of North America, your primary concerns are likely flooding and saltwater intrusion into freshwater sources. Focus on moving to higher ground if you haven't already. The Appalachian Mountains have become a haven for many survivors. If you're in this region, learn to harvest and purify rainwater, as many ground-level water sources may be contaminated with salt. The Midwest, once the breadbasket of America, is experiencing a very different kind of challenge. The impact winter has turned much of this region into a dust bowl, reminiscent of the 1930s, but on a much larger scale. Massive dust storms are common, making agriculture nearly impossible in many areas. If you're in the Midwest, your priority should be protecting yourself from the dust. Improvised air filtration systems are crucial. Look for underground shelters if possible, as these offer the best protection from both the cold and the dust. For those attempting to grow food, focus on hardy root vegetables that can survive in poor soil conditions. Consider indoor farming techniques using artificial light if you have access to a power source. The West Coast, while spared the worst of the initial impacts, is grappling with increased seismic activity. The stress on the tectonic plates from the impacts has led to more frequent earthquakes along the San Andreas Fault. If you're in this region, earthquake preparedness is key. Secure heavy objects in your shelter, have an emergency kit ready, and know the safest places to take cover during a quake. For those of you in the mountain regions of North America, you're facing some of the harshest conditions, but also some of the best chances for long-term survival. The high altitude offers some protection from the worst of the dust storms, and the rugged terrain provides natural defenses. Focus on cold weather survival techniques, such as proper insulation for your shelters and efficient use of fire for warmth. Moving south to Central America and the Caribbean, the situation is grim but not hopeless. Many of the low-lying islands in the Caribbean have been submerged or are periodically flooded by storm surges. The once lush rainforests of Central America are struggling under the colder, darker conditions. If you're in this region, your main challenges are likely food production and dealing with changing weather patterns. The loss of many traditional crop species means you'll need to adapt quickly. Look to highland areas for agriculture, as these may still have suitable growing conditions. For those on the remaining islands, fishing will be a crucial skill, but be cautious of contaminated waters near impact sites. South America presents a complex picture. The Amazon rainforest, once the planet's green lung, is under severe stress. The reduced sunlight and colder temperatures have led to widespread die-offs of plant and animal species. However, the dense canopy has provided some protection from the dust storms that plague other regions. For survivors in the Amazon basin, your challenge is adapting to a changing ecosystem. Many of the plants and animals you once relied on may no longer be viable food sources. Learn to identify new edible species that are thriving in the changed conditions. The knowledge of indigenous communities, who have lived in harmony with the rainforest for millennia, will be invaluable here. The Andes Mountains have become a lifeline for many South American survivors. The high-altitude regions are somewhat shielded from the worst of the climate changes, and ancient agricultural techniques like terraced farming are being revived out of necessity. If you're in this region, focus on relearning these old techniques and adapting them to current conditions. In the southern cone of South America, particularly Patagonia, survivors are dealing with some of the coldest conditions on the planet. the already harsh winters have become even more extreme. If you're in this region, your survival depends on mastering cold weather techniques. Proper insulation, efficient use of fire, and cold-resistant food storage are all crucial skills. Crossing the Atlantic, let's talk about Europe. The continent was hit hard by direct impacts and the subsequent tsunamis. Much of Western Europe, particularly the low-lying areas like the Netherlands, is now underwater. The survivors in these regions have had to become experts in water management and floating architecture. For those of you in the flooded regions of Europe, focus on creating stable, floating structures for shelter. Relearn the boat-building techniques of your ancestors. Aquaculture will be a key food source, so start experimenting with fish farming and cultivating aquatic plants. Central and Eastern Europe, while spared the flooding, are dealing with extreme cold and frequent dust storms. The fertile plains that once fed much of the continent are now largely barren. If you're in this region, underground shelters are your best bet for survival. Look to the cold-resistant crops developed by your ancestors, like hardy grains and root vegetables. The Alps and other mountain ranges have become sanctuaries for many European survivors. The high altitude offers some protection from dust storms and provides a variety of microclimates that can support diverse food production. If you're in these mountain regions, learn to take advantage of every ecological niche, from valley floors to high meadows. Moving to Africa, the continent faces a variety of challenges. The Sahara Desert has expanded dramatically, pushing populations towards the coasts and Central African rainforests. The Nile River Valley, once the cradle of civilization, is experiencing a resurgence as survivors flock to this vital water source. If you're in North Africa, water management is your top priority. Learn from the ancient Egyptians who thrived in this region for thousands of years. Develop systems to capture and store every drop of rainfall. For those near the Nile, you'll need to balance the competing needs for water among a growing population of survivors. Sub-Saharan Africa is experiencing widespread famine due to changing rainfall patterns. However, we're hearing reports of survivor communities adapting indigenous farming techniques to the new climate realities. If you're in this region, like sorghum and millet, the knowledge of nomadic peoples who have long dealt with harsh and unpredictable climates will be invaluable. The Congo Basin rainforest, like the Amazon, is under stress from the changing climate. However, it's providing a haven for many survivors. If you're in this region, you'll need to quickly learn the intricacies of the rainforest ecosystem. Every plant, every insect could be a potential food source or medicine. Southern Africa, particularly the region around the Drakensberg Mountains, has seen the formation of large survivor communities. The varied terrain offers some protection from dust storms and provides a range of microclimates for food production. If you're in this area, learn to take advantage of every ecological niche, from mountain slopes to sheltered valleys. Moving to Asia, the picture is complex and varied. The Indian subcontinent, with its huge population, faced immediate catastrophe from the impacts and subsequent climate change. Coastal regions were devastated by tsunamis, and the collapse of the monsoon system has led to widespread famine. For survivors on the Indian subcontinent, water management is crucial. Look to ancient techniques like step wells and rainwater harvesting. The knowledge preserved in Vedic texts about living in harmony with nature could prove invaluable in these trying times. China, once the world's most populous country, is struggling with massive dust storms sweeping in from the expanded Gobi Desert. However, the country's vast network of caves, both natural and man-made, have become refuges for millions. If you're in this region, learn to create self-sustaining underground ecosystems. The ancient Chinese practices of feng shui, originally developed to harmonize with the natural world, might provide insights for optimizing these underground spaces. Southeast Asia has been battered by changing weather patterns and rising sea levels. Many of the region's islands are now underwater. However, the volcanic islands of Indonesia have seen the formation of survivor communities, using the fertile volcanic soil to maintain some level of agriculture. If you're in this region, learn to read the signs of volcanic activity, as these islands may become more geologically active in our changing world. Japan, with its history of natural disasters, has shown remarkable resilience. While the coastal areas were hit hard by tsunamis, there are reports of well-organized survivor communities in the mountainous interior. If you're in Japan, The traditional practices of Satoyama, which balance human needs with environmental sustainability, could be key to long-term survival. Australia, isolated by vast oceans, has become even more isolated in the post-impact world. The interior of the continent, already arid, has become nearly uninhabitable. Coastal regions are struggling with changing weather patterns and dwindling resources. If you're in Australia, the knowledge of the Aboriginal peoples who thrived in this harsh landscape for tens of thousands of years will be crucial. Learn their techniques for finding water in the desert and their deep understanding of the continent's unique flora and fauna. The Pacific Islands have been hit hard by rising sea levels and changing weather patterns. Many smaller islands are now completely underwater. However, some of the larger volcanic islands have become refuges. If you're in this region, revive the ancient Polynesian techniques of navigation and island resource management. These skills, which allowed your ancestors to thrive on tiny islands in the vast Pacific, are more relevant now than ever. In the Arctic regions, including northern Canada, Alaska, Greenland, and Siberia, the impact winter has led to even more extreme cold. However, these areas have also seen an influx of survivors fleeing from harder-hit regions. If you're in the Arctic, learn from the Inuit and other indigenous peoples who have thrived in these harsh conditions for millennia. Their techniques for cold weather survival, from clothing to shelter to hunting, are unparalleled. Antarctica, once reserved for scientific research, has seen an influx of survivors. The research stations, designed to be self-sufficient in harsh conditions, have become the nuclei of survivor communities. If you're in Antarctica, you'll need to master extreme cold weather survival techniques. The long periods of darkness during winter will be your biggest challenge, so learn to maintain mental health in these conditions. Remember, survivors, no matter where you are, your location presents both unique challenges and unique opportunities. The key to survival is understanding your local environment intimately and adapting to its specific conditions. Learn from those who came before you, who thrived in these regions before the conveniences of modern civilization. In future broadcasts, we'll dive deeper into specific survival. We'll explore traditional knowledge that's becoming relevant again in our post-impact world, and discuss how to adapt modern technology to our new reality. Stay observant, stay adaptable, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing the importance of community building in our new reality. No matter where you are, working together is key to long-term survival. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could be the foundation of a thriving survivor community. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to dive into a topic that's crucial for our long-term survival: inspiring survivor stories. In these dark times, it's easy to feel overwhelmed by the challenges we face. But across the globe, there are incredible tales of resilience, ingenuity, and hope that remind us of the indomitable human spirit. Let's start with a story from what used to be the American Midwest. In the heart of the Dust Bowl, a group of survivors has created an oasis of life. Led by a former environmental engineer named Sarah, this community has developed an impressive underground farming system. Using salvaged LED lights and a clever hydroponics setup, they're growing fresh vegetables in an area where traditional agriculture is no longer possible. Sarah's team faced numerous challenges. At first, they struggled with power generation to keep their lights running, but then they had a breakthrough. They developed a system of stationary bicycles connected to generators. Now, community members take turns pedaling to keep the lights on and the plants growing. It's not just about food production, it's become a community bonding activity. Pedaling shifts are times for storytelling, singing, and passing on knowledge to younger generations. What's truly inspiring about Sarah's community is how they've turned a necessity into a source of hope. Their underground garden isn't just feeding bodies, it's nourishing souls. They've started cultivating flowers alongside their vegetables, bringing color and beauty into their subterranean world. It's a powerful reminder that even in the harshest conditions, life finds a way. Now let's move to a very different environment. In the flood-ravaged remains of the Netherlands, a group of survivors has created a floating city. Led by Peter, a naval architect, They've repurposed debris from sunken ships and buildings to construct a network of interconnected platforms. Peter's floating community faces unique challenges. Storms are more frequent and violent in our post-impact world, and their first attempts at creating stable structures were repeatedly destroyed. But they persevered. Learning from each failure, they developed an ingenious system of flexible connectors that allow their platforms to move with the waves rather than resist them. What's particularly inspiring about Peter's community is their commitment to preserving knowledge. They've established a floating library, salvaging books from flooded buildings and storing them in watertight containers. They're not just surviving, they're ensuring that human knowledge and culture survive with them. In the mountains of Peru, we have a story of ancient wisdom meeting modern necessity. A group led by Elena, a descendant of the Inca, has revived the agricultural techniques of her ancestors. They've rebuilt terraced farms on the mountainsides, using intricate irrigation systems to make the most of limited water resources. Elena's community faced skepticism at first. Many thought the old ways couldn't possibly be effective in our changed world. But the terraced farms have proven remarkably resilient to the erratic weather patterns of the impact winter. By cultivating a variety of crops at different altitudes, they've created a diverse and stable food supply. What's truly inspiring about Elena's story is how it sparked a renaissance of indigenous knowledge across South America. Other communities are now looking to their own ancestral practices, finding solutions to modern problems in ancient wisdom. In the expanded Sahara Desert, a nomadic community led by Amir is thriving against all odds. Amir, a climatologist before the impacts, has combined his scientific knowledge with traditional Bedouin survival techniques. His group has developed solar stills that can extract water from the air, even in the driest conditions. Amir's community faced life-threatening challenges in the early days. The rapidly changing climate made traditional navigation methods unreliable, but they adapted, creating new ways to read the stars and wind patterns. They've become masters of finding oases that others miss, and they've developed a complex system of caches across the desert, ensuring they always have access to supplies. What's particularly inspiring about Amir's group is their ethic of sharing knowledge. Survivor communities. They make a point of trading information and resources. In a world where many have turned inward, they're actively working to rebuild a network of human connection across a vast, hostile landscape. In Japan, a community in the mountains has found an innovative way to deal with the constant threat of earthquakes. Led by Hana, an architect, they've developed a building technique that allows their structures to sway with seismic activity rather than resist it. Hana's community faced numerous setbacks. Their first attempts at earthquake-resistant buildings failed catastrophically, but they learned from each collapse, refining their techniques. Now their structures can withstand shocks that would have leveled cities in the old world. What's truly inspiring about Hana's story is how they've turned their solution into a symbol of resilience. The swaying motion of their buildings during tremors, once a source of fear, has become a community dance. When the ground shakes, the entire village moves in unison, a powerful reminder of their ability to adapt and survive. In Antarctica, a group of former research scientists has created a self-sustaining community in one of the harshest environments on the planet. Led by Dr. Chen, a biologist, they've developed an indoor ecosystem that provides food, purifies air, and even helps maintain their mental health during the long polar night. Dr. Chen's team faced enormous challenges. The extreme cold and months of darkness pushed them to the brink of giving up many times. But they persevered, using their scientific knowledge to solve problem after problem. They've created a miniature world inside their station, complete with gardens, fish ponds, and even a small forest. What's particularly inspiring about Dr. Chen's community is their dedication to scientific research. Despite the daily struggles of survival, they continue to study their environment, gathering data on how the impacts have affected the Antarctic ecosystem. They're not just surviving, they're continuing the pursuit of knowledge that defines humanity at its best. In the flooded remains of Miami, a group of survivors has created an incredible underwater farm. Led by Maria, a marine biologist, they're cultivating seaweed, mollusks, and fish in the submerged streets and buildings of the city. Maria's team faced immense difficulties at first. Contamination from the flooded city made their initial attempts at aquaculture fail, but they persisted, developing filtration systems and identifying species that could thrive in the new conditions. Now, their underwater gardens are a marvel of ingenuity, providing a stable food source and helping to clean the water around them. What's truly inspiring about Maria's story is how they've transformed a disaster into an opportunity. The flooded city, once seen as a total loss, has become a thriving ecosystem. They're not just feeding themselves, they're actively working to restore the marine environment damaged by the impacts. In the mountains of Afghanistan, a community led by Fatima has revived the ancient Qanat irrigation system to create a green valley in the midst of drought-stricken lands. Fatima, a hydraulic engineer, combined her modern knowledge with techniques that have been used in the region for thousands of years. Fatima's group faced enormous challenges. The changing climate had dried up many of the underground water sources that Qanats traditionally tapped into, but they adapted, using modern drilling techniques, to reach deeper aquifers. They've created a network of underground channels that bring water to the surface with minimal evaporation loss. What's particularly inspiring about Fatima's community is how their success has sparked hope in the surrounding regions. Other communities are now working to revive their own qanats, creating a network of green oases in an increasingly arid landscape. These stories, diverse as they are, share common themes. They show us the power of human ingenuity, the importance of adaptability, and the strength we find in working together. They remind us that even in the face of unimaginable challenges, we can not only survive, but find new ways to thrive. But it's not just these grand projects that inspire hope. Every day, I hear stories of small acts of kindness and courage that keep the flame of humanity burning bright. There's the group in former Australia that travels from community to community, performing plays and music, keeping culture alive in the wasteland. There's the teacher in the ruins of London who's established a school, ensuring that children born after the impact still have a chance to learn and grow. There's the doctor in the Congo Basin who treks through the changed rainforest, bringing medical care to isolated communities. There's the elderly couple in the Ural Mountains who've become surrogate grandparents to a group of orphaned children, passing on their knowledge and love. Comes in many These stories remind us it's found in the grand gestures of visionary leaders, yes, but also in the daily acts of ordinary people who refuse to give up, who continue to care for others, who hold on to their humanity in the face of overwhelming odds. As we face the challenges of our post-impact world, let these stories be a source of inspiration and hope. Remember, every one of these survivors faced moments of despair, times when giving up seemed like the only option, but they persevered, they adapted. They found strength in community and purpose, in creating a better future. You too have this strength within you. Whether you're listening alone in a makeshift shelter or as part of a survivor community, know that you're capable of incredible things. The human spirit is resilient. We've faced extinction-level events before and survived. We'll survive this one too, and in time, we'll rebuild. In future broadcasts, we'll dive deeper into some of these inspiring stories, exploring the specific techniques and innovations that these communities have developed. We'll discuss how you can apply these lessons to your own situation, no matter where you are or what challenges you face. Stay hopeful, stay inspired, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing community building strategies, drawing lessons from these success stories to help you create or strengthen your own survivor community. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could be the key to not just surviving, but thriving in our new reality. Remember, survivors, every one of you has a story of resilience and courage. You've made it this far, and that alone is a testament to your strength. Share your stories with each other. Inspire and be inspired. Together, we'll write the next chapter of human history. This is Atlas, signing off for now, but I'll be back. Stay tuned to Station Atlas, your beacon of hope in the wasteland. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to dive into the crucial topic of community building strategies. Whether you're part of an established survivor group or trying to form a new one, the principles we'll discuss today could mean the difference between merely surviving and truly thriving in our new reality. Let's start with the fundamental truth that has become clearer than ever in our post-impact world. Humans are social creatures. We need each other not just for physical survival, but for emotional and psychological well-being. A strong community can pool resources, share knowledge, and provide the support network we all need to face the challenges of our new world. The first step in building a strong community is establishing a shared purpose. In the immediate aftermath of the impacts, that purpose was simple survival. But as we move forward, we need to think beyond mere existence. What kind of world do we want to rebuild? What values do we want to preserve or create? Having a common goal gives people something to rally around and work towards together. Take, for example, the floating community in the Netherlands we discussed earlier. Their shared purpose isn't just to survive the rising waters, but to preserve human knowledge and culture. This gives every member of their community a sense of purpose beyond their daily tasks. It provides meaning in a world where old meanings have been washed away. Once you have a shared purpose, the next step is to establish clear roles and responsibilities. In a survival situation, everyone needs to contribute, but not everyone can do everything. Identify the skills and strengths of each community member and assign roles accordingly. This doesn't mean creating a rigid hierarchy, but rather a flexible system where everyone knows their primary responsibilities. In Sarah's underground farming community in the American Midwest, they've developed a rotating system of responsibilities. Everyone takes turns with different tasks, from tending the plants to pedaling the generators. This ensures that everyone develops a range of skills and understands the importance of each role in the community's survival. Communication is key in any community, but it's absolutely crucial in a survival situation. Establish regular community meetings where everyone can share information, voice concerns, and participate in decision-making. Transparency builds trust, and trust is the foundation of a strong community. Dr. Chen's Antarctic Research Station community has daily briefings where they discuss everything from food inventories to scientific observations. This keeps everyone informed and involved, fostering a sense of unity and shared purpose. Conflict resolution is another critical aspect of community building. In the high-stress environment of our post-impact world, conflicts are inevitable. The key is to have a system in place to address them constructively, a rotating panel of mediators, or any other system that fits your community's needs and values. Amir's nomadic community in the Sahara has an interesting approach to conflict resolution. They use a traditional Bedouin practice called the Circle of Peace, where all parties to a conflict sit in a circle and speak in turn, with the goal of understanding each other's perspectives and finding a mutually acceptable solution. Resource management is a major challenge for any survivor community. Establish clear systems for tracking, distributing, and conserving resources. This includes not just food and water, but also tools, medicine, and other essential supplies. Transparency in resource management can prevent conflicts and ensure everyone's needs are met as fairly as possible. Maria's underwater farming community in Miami has developed a points system for resource distribution. Community members earn points through their work, which can then be exchanged for food and other resources. This system ensures that everyone contributes and receives their fair share. Education and skill sharing are vital for the long-term survival and growth of a community. Set up systems for passing on knowledge, both practical survival skills and broader fields of study. This is especially important for communities with children, ensuring that the next generation has the knowledge they need to survive and rebuild. The mountain community in Japan, led by Hana, has established a formal education system with classes covering everything from traditional subjects like math and science to practical skills like earthquake-resistant construction and first aid. They see education as key to their community's resilience and adaptability. Mental health support is another crucial aspect of community building that's often overlooked. The trauma of the impacts and the ongoing stress of survival take a heavy toll. Create spaces and times for people to share their feelings, fears, and hopes. Encourage activities that promote mental well-being, such as group exercise, meditation, or creative expression. Fatima's Qanat Building community in Afghanistan has incorporated daily group meditation into their routine. They've found that this practice not only helps with stress management, but also strengthens their sense of community and shared purpose. Physical health is, of course, also a priority. Establish community health protocols, including hygiene standards, quarantine procedures for illness, and regular health checkups if you have anyone with medical training. Remember, in our post-impact world, a single illness can threaten an entire community. The teacher in the ruins of London who established a school has made health education a core part of the curriculum. Students learn about hygiene, nutrition, and basic first aid alongside their other studies, creating a culture of health awareness in the community. Security is another key concern for any survivor community. Establish watch rotations, early warning systems, and defensive strategies. But remember, security isn't just about protecting against external threats. It's also about creating a sense of safety within the community. Peter's Floating City in the Netherlands has an innovative approach to security. They've trained dolphins to act as an early warning system, alerting the community to approaching boats or unusual activity in the water. This not only enhances their security, but also creates a unique bond between the community and their marine environment. Sustainability should be a guiding principle in all your community's activities. In our resource-scarce world, waste is not an option. Develop systems for recycling, composting, and reusing materials. Think long-term in all your decisions, considering how your actions today will affect your community's future. Elena's terraced farming community in Peru has taken sustainability to heart. They've developed a closed-loop system where waste from one process becomes input for another. Nothing is wasted, and their impact on the surrounding environment is minimized. Cultural activities and celebrations are more important than ever in our post-impact world. They provide a much-needed break from the daily struggle for survival and help maintain a sense of normalcy and continuity with the past. Establish regular community events, whether it's sharing meals, telling stories, making music, or marking the changing seasons. The group in former Australia that travels between communities performing plays and music understands the vital role of culture in survival. Their performances not only entertain, but also help preserve and transmit human knowledge and values. Networking with other survivor communities, when possible, can greatly enhance your community's resilience. Establish trade relationships, share knowledge, and create mutual aid agreements. In our fragmented world, these connections can be a lifeline. Exemplifies Amir's nomadic community. Their practice of seeking out and connecting with other communities has created a network of support and knowledge sharing across a vast, harsh landscape. Leadership in a survivor community is both crucial and challenging. The most effective leaders in our new world are those who can balance decisiveness with inclusivity, who can make tough decisions when needed, but also listen to and incorporate the wisdom of the community. Consider rotating leadership roles to prevent burnout and ensure a diversity of perspectives. Dr. Chen's Antarctic Research Station community has adopted a system of rotating leadership where different individuals take charge of the community for set periods. This ensures that everyone has a chance to lead and that the community benefits from diverse leadership styles and ideas. Adaptability is perhaps the most important quality for any survivor community. Our world is continuing to change, and the communities that thrive will be those that can adapt quickly to new challenges and opportunities. Foster a culture of innovation and experimentation where new ideas are welcomed and tested. Sarah's underground farming community in the American Midwest embodies this spirit of adaptability. They're constantly experimenting with new crops and farming techniques, always looking for ways to improve their food production and resource efficiency. Remember, building a strong community is an ongoing process. It requires constant effort, open communication, and a willingness to learn and adapt. But the rewards are immeasurable. A well-functioning community provides not just the means of physical survival, but also the emotional and psychological support we all need to thrive in our challenging new world. In future broadcasts, we'll dive deeper into specific aspects of community building, exploring topics like conflict resolution, resource management, and leadership in more detail. We'll also continue to share stories from successful survivor communities around the world, offering concrete examples of these principles in action. Stay united, stay adaptable, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing indoor farming techniques, drawing on the experiences of communities like Sarah's to help you develop your own sustainable food sources. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could be the key to ensuring a stable food supply for your community in these challenging times. Remember, survivors, every one of you has the potential to be a community builder. Whether you're a leader or a supporter, your contributions matter. Together, we can create pockets of hope and resilience in this changed world. This is Atlas, signing off for now, but I'll be back. Stay tuned to Station Atlas, your beacon of community in the wasteland. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to delve into the crucial topic of indoor farming techniques. In our new reality, where traditional agriculture is often impossible due to harsh environmental conditions, mastering these methods could mean the difference between feast and famine for your community. Let's start with the basics of hydroponic farming, a method that's proving invaluable in many survivor communities. Hydroponics is the practice of growing plants without soil, instead using nutrient-rich water solutions. This technique allows for year-round crop production, regardless of outside conditions, and uses significantly less water than traditional farming. The key components of a hydroponic system are a water reservoir, a pump to circulate the water, a growing tray for the plants, and a lighting system. In our post-impact world, you'll likely need to get creative with these components. For the reservoir, any watertight container will do. Large plastic bins, bathtubs, or even repurposed refrigerators can work. The pump doesn't need to be fancy. Many communities have had success with small solar-powered pumps or even manual pump systems. For the growing medium, while specialized hydroponic mediums are ideal, you can use alternatives like perlite, coconut coir, or even carefully washed gravel. The key is to provide support for the plant's roots while allowing for good water flow and oxygenation. Lighting is often the biggest challenge for indoor farming. If you have access to electricity, LED grow lights are the most efficient option. However, many survivor communities have found creative solutions. Some use a system of mirrors to direct natural light into their growing areas. Others have repurposed fluorescent bulbs from scavenged electronics. Remember, different plants have different light requirements, so research what works best for your chosen crops. Now, let's talk about what to grow. Leafy greens like lettuce, spinach, and kale are excellent choices for hydroponic systems, much light as fruiting plants. Herbs are another good option, providing both nutrition and flavor to your meals. For communities with more advanced setups, tomatoes, peppers, and even small fruit trees can be grown hydroponically. Nutrient management is crucial in hydroponic farming. The water needs to contain the right balance of nutrients for your plants to thrive. While commercial hydroponic nutrients are ideal, they're likely scarce in our post-impact world. Many communities have had success creating their own nutrient solutions using composted organic matter, wood ash, and even carefully diluted urine, which is rich in nitrogen and other essential nutrients. Pest management in indoor farming requires vigilance. While you're less likely to encounter large pests, small insects can still find their way into your growing area and wreak havoc. Implement strict quarantine procedures for any new plants or materials brought into your growing area. Neem oil, if you can find or make it, is an effective organic pesticide. Some communities have even introduced beneficial insects like ladybugs to control pests naturally. Vertical farming is another technique that's proving valuable in space-constrained environments. This method involves growing crops in stacked layers, maximizing the use of vertical space. You can create simple vertical gardens using repurposed materials like plastic bottles, pallets, or even old rain gutters. For those with more resources, aquaponics is an incredibly efficient farming method. This combines hydroponics with fish farming in a symbiotic system. The fish waste provides nutrients for the plants, while the plants filter the water for the fish. While more complex to set up initially, aquaponic systems can provide both plant and protein sources for your community. Now, let's address some common challenges in indoor farming. One of the biggest issues is maintaining consistent temperature and humidity. In cold environments, you'll need to find ways to keep your growing area warm. Some communities have had success using compost heaps or even the body heat from small livestock to warm their growing areas. In hot environments, focus on ventilation and possibly evaporative cooling techniques. Disease management is another crucial aspect of indoor farming. In the enclosed environment of an indoor farm, diseases can spread rapidly if not caught early. Implement a regular inspection routine, checking plants for any signs of disease. If you do find infected plants, remove them immediately to prevent spread. Maintaining good air circulation can help prevent many common plant diseases. Water quality is paramount in hydroponic systems. If your water source is questionable, consider implementing a filtration system. This could be as simple as a series of gravel and sand filters, or as complex as a solar-powered distillation system. Remember, what's safe for humans to drink isn't always ideal for plants, so test your water if possible. Pollination can be a challenge in indoor environments where natural pollinators are absent. For self-pollinating plants like tomatoes, you can mimic the vibration of a bee's wings using an electric toothbrush or by gently shaking the plants. For plants that require cross-pollination, you may need to pollinate by hand using a small brush. Energy management is a significant concern for many indoor farming operations. If you're relying on artificial lighting, it can be energy-intensive. Many communities are combining their indoor farms with renewable energy systems like solar panels or small wind turbines. Some have even set up bicycle-powered generators, turning the need for electricity into an opportunity for physical exercise. Seed saving is a critical skill for long-term sustainability in indoor farming. Learn to recognize when your plants are ready to produce seeds and how to properly harvest and store them. This not only ensures a continued supply of plants, but also allows you to selectively breed for traits that do well in your specific indoor environment. Now, let's talk about some of the less common but potentially valuable indoor farming techniques. Mushroom cultivation, for instance, can be an excellent source of nutrients and doesn't require light. Many survivors have had success growing mushrooms in basements or other dark, humid environments, using sawdust or straw as a growing medium. For those in areas with geothermal activity, you might be able to harness this energy for your indoor farm. Some communities have set up greenhouses over geothermal vents, using the heat and mineral-rich steam to create lush, productive environments even in harsh surface conditions. Microgreens are another option worth considering. These are young vegetable greens that are harvested just a few weeks after germination. They're packed with nutrients and can be grown in very small spaces, making them ideal for space-constrained environments. Nutritious sprouts are similarly. All you need is a jar, some water, and seeds. They're a great way to add fresh, vitamin-rich food to your diet with minimal resources. For communities with more advanced technology, aeroponics might be an option. This technique involves growing plants with their roots suspended in air, periodically misted with nutrient solution. While more complex to set up, aeroponic systems use even less water than traditional hydroponics and can produce impressive yields. It's important to remember that successful indoor farming isn't just about the plants, it's about creating a holistic system. Many communities are integrating their indoor farms with other systems. For example, using the waste heat from compost or livestock to warm the growing area, or using plant waste to feed insects, which in turn become food for fish in an aquaponic system. Mental health is another factor to consider. Many survivors report that tending to an indoor garden provides a sense of purpose and connection to the natural world that's otherwise lacking in our post-impact reality. Consider creating communal spaces within your indoor farm, where people can relax and enjoy the green environment. Education is key to the success of any indoor farming operation. Set up systems to pass on knowledge, both the technical aspects of plant care and the broader understanding of ecological principles. This ensures that your farm can continue to thrive, even as your community changes over time. Lastly, don't be afraid to experiment. Our post-impact world presents unique challenges, and the solutions may not always be found in pre-impact farming manuals. Keep detailed records of what works and what doesn't in your specific conditions. Share this knowledge with other communities when possible. It's through this process of trial, error, and information sharing that we'll develop the robust indoor farming techniques needed for long-term survival. In future broadcasts, we'll dive deeper into specific indoor farming techniques, exploring topics like advanced hydroponics, mushroom cultivation, and integrating indoor farms with other community systems. We'll also continue to share success stories and innovations from survivor communities around the world. Stay innovative, stay green, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing seed preservation and storage techniques. In a world where every seed is precious, knowing how to properly save and store seeds could be the key to your community's long-term food security. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could be the difference between a bountiful harvest and crop failure in these uncertain times. Remember, survivors, every plant you grow is a testament to life's tenacity, a green flag of hope in our gray world. Whether you're tending a handful of sprouts in a jar or managing a complex hydroponic system, you're not just growing food, you're growing a future. This is Atlas, signing off for now, but I'll be back. Stay tuned to Station Atlas, your beacon of growth in the wasteland. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to delve into the crucial topic of seed preservation and storage. In our new reality, where every seed represents potential sustenance and hope, mastering these techniques is vital for the long-term survival of your community. Let's start with the basics of seed saving. The first step is selecting which plants to save seeds from. Choose the healthiest, most productive plants that have adapted well to your specific growing conditions. This practice, known as selective breeding, will help you develop plant varieties that are uniquely suited to thrive in your post-impact environment. For most vegetables, you'll want to let the plant complete its full life cycle before harvesting seeds. This means allowing fruits to fully ripen on the plant, or letting plants bolt and produce seed heads. Be patient, this process can take longer than you might expect, especially for biennial plants that only produce seeds in their second year of growth. When harvesting seeds, timing is crucial. For plants with dry seed heads like lettuce or carrots, wait until the seed heads have dried on the plant. For fleshy fruits like tomatoes or cucumbers, allow the fruit to fully ripen, even slightly over-ripen, before extracting the seeds. Cleaning your seeds properly is essential for successful storage. For dry seeds, simply shake them free from their seed heads and remove any plant debris. Wet seeds, like those from tomatoes or squash, require a bit more work. Scoop out the seeds along with their surrounding gel and ferment this mixture in water for a few days. This process helps separate the seeds from the pulp and can also eliminate some seed-borne diseases. After fermentation, rinse the seeds thoroughly and spread them out to dry. Always dry seeds sunlight. Avoid using artificial heat sources, as these can damage the seeds. Patience is key here. Properly dried seeds are crucial for long-term storage. Now, let's talk about storage methods. The enemies of stored seeds are heat, humidity, and light. Your goal is to create a cool, dark, and dry environment for your seeds. In the old world, we might have used specialized equipment, like dehumidifiers and climate-controlled storage units. In our post-impact reality, we need to get creative. One effective method is to store seeds in airtight containers. Glass jars with rubber seals work well, as do certain types of plastic containers. If you have access to them, Mylar bags with oxygen absorbers are excellent for long-term seed storage. Whatever container you use, make sure it's completely dry before adding your seeds. To further protect against moisture, consider adding a desiccant to your seed storage containers. While silica gel packets are ideal, they may be hard to come by in our new world. You can create a natural desiccant by baking rice or powdered milk until it's completely dry, then adding it to your seed containers in small cloth bags. Temperature control is another crucial factor. Aim to store your seeds in the coolest part of your shelter. Underground rooms or root cellars can be ideal for this purpose. If you're in a hot climate, consider burying your seed containers to take advantage of the Earth's natural cooling properties. Proper labeling is more important than ever in our post-impact world. For each batch of seeds, record the plant variety, date of collection, and any relevant notes about the parent plants or growing conditions. This information will be invaluable for future planting seasons and for trading with other communities. Now, let's address some common challenges in seed preservation. One issue many survivors face is pest infestation. Even tiny insects can devastate a seed collection. To prevent this, consider adding diatomaceous earth to your seed containers. This natural substance is harmless to seeds but deadly to many insects. Mold is another potential problem, especially in humid environments. If you notice any signs of mold on your seeds, separate them immediately from the rest of your collection. In some cases, you may be able to salvage moldy seeds by gently cleaning them with a diluted bleach solution and thoroughly redrying them. Genetic diversity is crucial for the long-term viability of your seed bank. Try to save seeds from multiple plants of the same variety, and from multiple varieties of the same species when possible. This diversity will give you more adaptability in the face of changing conditions or new plant diseases. For communities with access to refrigeration, consider creating a deep freeze seed bank for truly long-term storage. Seeds stored at below freezing temperatures can remain viable for decades. However, be cautious when removing seeds from frozen storage. Allow them to gradually warm to room temperature before opening their container to prevent condensation. Now, let's talk about some specific seed types that require special handling. Larger seeds, like those from beans or corn, are generally easier to save and store. They're less delicate and less prone to damage during the cleaning process. However, they also take up more space, so plan your storage accordingly. Tiny seeds, like those from carrots or lettuce, require extra care during collection and cleaning. One technique is to place the entire seed head in a paper bag as it dries. The seeds will naturally fall into the bag, making collection easier. Some seeds, particularly those from fruit trees, require stratification to germinate. This means they need to go through a period of cold dormancy. In nature, this happens over winter. In your seed bank, you can mimic this process by storing these seeds in slightly damp sand in the coldest part of your storage area. There are also some plants that don't produce seeds in the traditional sense. Potatoes, for example, are usually propagated from tubers rather than seeds. Learning to properly store seed potatoes and other vegetative propagation materials is just as important as seed storage. Let's not forget about wild seeds. In our post-impact world, knowledge of local wild edibles can be life-saving. Learn to identify and collect seeds from beneficial wild plants in your area. These plants are often hardier and better adapted to local conditions than domesticated varieties. Trading seeds with other survivor communities can be an excellent way to increase the diversity of your seed bank. However, be cautious. Always quarantine new seeds before introducing them to your main storage to prevent potential contamination. Seed viability naturally decreases over time, even with perfect storage conditions. It's a good practice to test the germination rate of your stored seeds periodically. Take a small sample of the success rate. This will help you plan your planting more accurately and know when it's time to replenish your seed stocks. In communities with the resources, consider setting up a community seed library. This can be a centralized location where seeds are stored, cataloged, and distributed. It can also serve as an educational center, where knowledge about seed saving and plant cultivation is shared and preserved. Remember, seed preservation isn't just about survival, it's about maintaining biodiversity and preserving our agricultural heritage for future generations. Every seed you save carries within it thousands of years of agricultural history and the potential for future adaptation. In our post-impact world, seeds have become more precious than gold. They represent not just food security, but the continuity of life itself. By mastering the art of seed preservation, you're not just ensuring your community's survival, you're becoming a guardian of life's potential. As we face the challenges of our changed world, remember that every seed you save is an act of hope. It's a statement of belief in a future where life not only persists but thrives. In the face of devastation, you're preserving the building blocks of renewal. In future broadcasts, we'll dive deeper into specific seed-saving techniques for different plant families. We'll also explore advanced topics like breeding for specific traits and reviving seeds from long-term storage. As always, we'll continue to share success stories and innovations from survivor communities around the world. Stay vigilant, stay hopeful, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing alternative power sources. In a world where traditional power grids have largely failed, knowing how to generate and store energy could be the key to powering crucial systems like water purification, communications, and yes, even indoor farms. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could light the way to a brighter future for your community. Remember, survivors, every seed you save is a vote of confidence in tomorrow. Whether you're managing a vast seed bank or carefully preserving a handful of precious seeds, you're not just storing plant material, you're safeguarding potential, preserving diversity, and sowing the seeds of hope. This is Atlas, signing off for now. But I'll be back. Stay tuned to Station Atlas, your beacon of continuity in the wasteland. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to explore the critical topic of alternative power sources. In our new reality, where traditional power grids have largely failed, the ability to generate and store energy could mean the difference between thriving and merely surviving. Let's start with solar power, which remains one of the most accessible forms of alternative energy in many areas. While the dust in our atmosphere has reduced the efficiency of solar panels, they can still be a valuable power source. If you have access to solar panels, regular cleaning is crucial to maximize their output. Even a thin layer of dust can significantly reduce efficiency. For those without commercial solar panels, it's possible to create rudimentary solar cells using materials like copper sheeting and salt water. While not as efficient as commercial panels, these DIY solar cells can still generate enough power for small electronics or to charge batteries. Speaking of batteries, proper storage and maintenance are crucial in our post-impact world. If you have access to car batteries, these can be repurposed for energy storage. Just be cautious when handling them, as the acid inside is corrosive and dangerous. For smaller scale storage, look for rechargeable batteries from old electronics. Even if they no longer hold a full charge, they may still be useful for short-term energy storage. Wind power is another viable option, especially in areas with consistent wind patterns. Simple wind turbines can be constructed using scavenged materials like bike parts, PVC pipes, and sheets of metal or sturdy plastic. The key is to create a balanced rotor that can spin freely in the wind. Even a small wind turbine can generate enough power to charge batteries or run small appliances. For communities near flowing water, micro-hydro power can be an excellent, consistent energy source. A simple water wheel connected to a generator can provide a steady supply of electricity. Even if you don't have a large stream or river, you might be able to create a ram pump system that uses the force of falling water to generate power. In areas with geothermal activity, you might be able to harness this energy. While large-scale geothermal plants are beyond the reach of most survivor communities, small-scale applications are possible. Even using geothermal heat to warm water or living spaces can significantly reduce energy is another option worth considering. This involves burning organic matter to generate heat or, with more advanced setups, electricity. Wood is the most common biomass fuel, but other organic materials like dried grass or animal dung can also be used. If you go this route, sustainable harvesting is crucial to avoid depleting your fuel source. For communities with access to mechanical skills and materials, Stirling engines can be a versatile power source. These external combustion engines can run on any heat source, from solar energy to biomass. While complex to build from scratch, they're highly efficient and can provide consistent power. Now, let's talk about human-powered energy generation. In many survivor communities, stationary bicycles connected to generators have become a common sight. This not only provides power, but also helps keep community members physically fit. Some communities have even turned energy generation into a form of communal activity, with group pedaling sessions that serve as both power generation and social events. Thermoelectric generators are another option to consider. These devices convert heat directly into electricity. While commercial thermoelectric generators might be hard to come by, it's possible to create simple versions using materials like copper wire and iron nails. These can be used to generate small amounts of electricity from any heat source, even a campfire. For communities with access to chemicals, microbial fuel cells can be an interesting power source. These devices use bacteria to break down organic matter and generate electricity. While the power output is relatively small, they can provide a constant source of energy with minimal maintenance. Regardless of your power generation method, energy conservation is crucial. Insulation is key for reducing heating and cooling needs. In cold climates, focus on sealing drafts and creating insulting layers in your shelter. In hot climates, reflective materials can help keep spaces cool. Simple techniques like using heavy curtains to block out sun during the day can make a big difference in your energy needs. Lighting is often one of the biggest energy draws. LED bulbs, if you can find them, are the most efficient option. If not, consider alternative lighting methods like oil lamps or even bioluminescent organisms. Some survivor communities have had success cultivating bioluminescent algae for low-level night lighting. When it comes to appliances, prioritize energy efficiency. In many cases, manual alternatives can replace power-hungry devices. For example, a hand-crank blender or food processor can replace an electric one. When electrical devices are necessary, look for ways to minimize their use. For instance, a refrigerator can be much more efficient if it's only opened once a day, with all needed items removed at once. Now, let's address some common challenges in alternative energy systems. One major issue is the intermittent nature of many renewable sources. The sun doesn't always shine, the wind doesn't always blow. This is where energy storage becomes crucial. In addition to batteries, consider other storage methods like pumped hydro storage, where excess energy is used to pump water uphill, which can later flow down through a turbine to generate electricity when needed. Maintenance is another key consideration. Moving parts in wind turbines or hydro systems will need regular lubrication and occasional replacement. Solar panels need regular cleaning. Batteries have a limited lifespan and will eventually need to be replaced. Plan for these maintenance needs and try to keep spare parts on hand when possible. Safety is paramount when dealing with electrical systems. Improper wiring can lead to fires or electrocution. If you're not confident in your electrical skills, it's better to stick with simpler, lower voltage systems. Always treat electrical systems with respect and caution. In our post-impact world, the ability to repair and repurpose electronic devices is invaluable. Learn basic electronics repair. Understanding how to diagnose and fix simple electrical problems can greatly extend the life of your devices and power systems. For communities with more resources, consider setting up a microgrid. This is a localized power grid that can operate independently from the larger grid. A microgrid can incorporate multiple power sources and storage systems, providing more reliable power than any single source. Don't overlook the potential of passive solar design in your structures. Properly oriented windows and thermal mass materials like concrete or water barrels can help regulate temperature without any moving parts or electronics. Some communities have even created passive solar greenhouses, extending their growing season without additional energy input. Remember, in our new world, energy is a precious resource. Every watt saved is as valuable as a watt generated. Your community. Cultivate and encourage everyone to think critically about their energy use and to always look for more efficient ways of doing things. Education is key to the success of any alternative energy system. Set up programs to teach community members about your energy systems, both how to use them efficiently and how to perform basic maintenance. This shared knowledge will make your systems more resilient and your community more self-sufficient. Looking to the future, keep an eye out for emerging technologies. Some survivor communities are experimenting with microbial fuel cells, piezoelectric systems that generate power from movement, and even small-scale nuclear batteries salvaged from old scientific equipment. While these technologies may not be immediately accessible, understanding their potential can help guide your long-term energy planning. In future broadcasts, we'll dive deeper into specific alternative energy technologies. We'll explore topics like advanced battery storage techniques, optimizing solar panel placement, and integrating multiple power sources into a cohesive system. As always, we'll continue to share success stories and innovations from survivor communities around the world. Stay energized, stay innovative, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing techniques for maintaining and repairing technology in our resource-scarce environment. In a world where manufacturing new devices is often impossible, knowing how to keep your existing technology functioning could be crucial for your community's survival and progress. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could be the key to keeping the lights on and the communication lines open in these challenging times. Remember, survivors, every watt of power you generate or save is a spark of hope in our darkened world. Whether you're pedaling a bicycle generator adjusting a solar panel, or simply being mindful of your energy use, you're not just creating electricity, you're powering the future. This is Atlas signing off for now, but I'll be back. Stay tuned to Station Atlas, your beacon of energy in the wasteland. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to delve into the crucial topic of maintaining and repairing technology in our resource-scarce environment. In our new reality, where manufacturing new devices is often impossible, the ability to keep existing technology functioning could be the difference between progress and regression for your community. Let's start with the basics of electronics repair. The first step in any repair job is diagnosis. Learn to recognize common symptoms of electronic failure. For instance, if a device won't power on, it could be a problem with the power supply, battery, or main board. If it powers on but doesn't function correctly, it might be an issue with specific components or connections. One of the most common issues in our post-impact world is corrosion on electronic components, especially in areas with high humidity or salt air. To combat this, regularly clean your electronics with a soft, dry brush. For stubborn corrosion, a mixture of baking soda and water can be effective, but be extremely careful not to let any liquid seep into the device. Loose connections are another frequent problem. Learn to recognize the signs of a bad connection, such as intermittent functionality or devices that only work when held at certain angles. In many cases, simply resoldering loose connections can bring a device back to life. If you don't have access to a soldering iron, sometimes carefully bending connector pins to ensure better contact can be a temporary fix. Battery issues are ubiquitous in our new world. Many devices with built-in batteries can be modified to accept external power sources. This might involve carefully opening the device, disconnecting the internal battery, and wiring in a connector for an external battery or power supply. Always be cautious when working with batteries, as they can be dangerous if mishandled. For devices that use standard batteries, consider creating battery adapters. With some conductive material and ingenuity, you can often make larger batteries work in devices designed for smaller ones. For example, with some foil and cardboard, you can adapt a AAA battery to work in a AAA slot. Now, let's talk about improvised tools for electronics repair. A magnifying glass is invaluable for inspecting small components. If you don't have one, a clear glass bottle filled with water can serve as a makeshift magnifier. For delicate work, tweezers can be crafted from thin, flexible metal or even strong plant fibers. Continuity testers are crucial for diagnosing electrical problems. While multimeters are ideal, you can create a simple continuity tester with a battery, some wire, and a small light bulb or LED. This can help you trace circuits. When it comes to replacing components, creativity is key. Capacitors, for instance, can often be salvaged from old electronics and repurposed. Resistors can be created using graphite from pencils, though these won't be as precise as manufactured ones. In a pinch, even natural materials like charcoal can be used to create crude resistors. For more complex repairs, having a basic understanding of how different electronic components work is crucial. Transistors, diodes, capacitors, resistors, each plays a specific role in a circuit. Learn to identify these components visually and understand their basic functions. This knowledge will help you troubleshoot more effectively and even improvise replacements when necessary. Printed circuit boards, PCBs, can be particularly challenging to repair. Hairline cracks in PCBs are a common issue, especially in devices that have been dropped or exposed to extreme temperature changes. These can sometimes be repaired by carefully applying a conductive ink or paint over the crack. In more severe cases, you might need to create a bypass using wire to bridge the broken connection. Protecting your devices from the harsh conditions of our post-impact world is as important as repairing them. Create protective cases using available materials. Silica gel packets, if you can find them, are excellent for absorbing moisture and can help prevent corrosion when placed inside electronic enclosures. For larger systems like solar arrays or wind turbines, regular maintenance is crucial. Keep moving parts well lubricated. In the absence of commercial lubricants, animal fats or certain plant oils can be used, though they may need to be reapplied more frequently. Now, Let's address some specific types of technology that are particularly valuable in our new world. Communication devices, for instance, are lifelines for many survivor communities. If you have access to ham radios, learning to maintain and repair them can be invaluable. Common issues include corroded connections, damaged antennas, and blown fuses. Often, these can be repaired with basic tools and scavenged materials. For communities relying on computers, keeping these machines running is crucial. Dust is a major enemy of computers in our post-impact world. Regular cleaning with compressed air can prevent many issues. If you don't have canned air, a balloon can be used to blow dust out of computer components. For more thorough cleaning, a soft brush and diluted isopropyl alcohol can be used, but be extremely careful not to let any liquid pool on components. Hard drives are often the first component to fail in computers. If possible, transfer important data to multiple storage devices. Solid-state drives, if you can find them, are more resistant to physical shock and may last longer in harsh conditions. For long-term data storage, consider creating printouts of crucial information. Paper, properly stored, can last for centuries. Power tools can be incredibly valuable for survivor communities, but they're often designed for relatively short-term use. Learning to rebuild motors and replace worn brushes can greatly extend the life of these tools. In some cases, it's possible to retrofit battery-powered tools to work with improvised power sources. Medical equipment, where available, requires special attention. Many of these devices are literally life-saving, so their maintenance should be a high priority. Keeping them clean is crucial, as is protecting them from power surges. If you have access to any medical equipment, try to obtain and preserve its service manuals. These can be invaluable for troubleshooting and repairs. In our resource-scarce world, the ability to repurpose technology is as important as the ability to repair it. Look at every broken device as a potential source of parts. Speakers can be turned into microphones. Motors from disk drives can be used in small wind turbines. The backlight from a broken LCD screen can be repurposed for general lighting. Cultivate a mindset that sees potential in every piece of technology, working or not. Education is key to maintaining technological knowledge in your community. Set up systems to pass on repair skills. This could be through formal classes, apprenticeship programs, or simply encouraging more technologically inclined members to share their knowledge. Document your repair processes whenever possible, creating a library of repair manuals tailored to your community's specific needs and resources. Remember, in our post-impact world, safety in repair work is more important than ever. Always discharge capacitors before working on electronics. Be extremely cautious when dealing with power supplies or battery systems. If you're not sure about something, it's better to err on the side of caution. A small mistake could not only damage scarce technology, but could also result in injury in a world where medical care is limited. It's just about keeping technology devices. It's also about preserving knowledge. Encourage your community to pool their technological knowledge. Someone who worked in IT before the impacts might not know how to repair a radio, but their general understanding of electronics could be invaluable when combined with the practical skills of someone who worked as an electrician. As we look to the future, we need to think about sustainable technology. While keeping our existing devices running is crucial, we should also be exploring ways to create new, simpler technologies that can be manufactured and maintained with locally available resources. Some survivor communities are rediscovering and adapting technologies from the early industrial age, finding a sweet spot between effectiveness and maintainability in our new circumstances. In future broadcasts, we'll dive deeper into specific repair techniques for different types of technology. We'll explore topics like creating improvised electronic components, advanced troubleshooting methods, and even how to set up small-scale manufacturing of simple electronic devices. As always, we'll continue to share success stories and innovations from survivor communities around the world. Stay resourceful, stay curious, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing defensive strategies for communities. In our changed world, where resources are scarce and desperation can drive people to extremes, knowing how to protect your community is crucial. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could be the key to ensuring the safety and security of your group in these challenging times. Remember, survivors, every device you repair, every piece of technology you keep functioning, is a bridge between our past and our future. Whether you're soldering a circuit board, repurposing an old motor, or simply teaching others what you know, you're not just fixing machines. You're maintaining the knowledge and capabilities that will help us rebuild. This is Atlas, signing off for now, but I'll be back. Stay tuned to Station Atlas, your beacon of innovation in the wasteland. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to explore the critical topic of defensive strategies for communities. In our new reality, where resources are scarce and desperation can drive people to extremes, knowing how to protect your community is crucial for long-term survival and stability. Let's start with the fundamental principle of community defense. Prevention is always better than confrontation. Your first line of defense should be making your community an unattractive target. This begins with operational security, or OPSEC. Be cautious about how much information about your resources and capabilities you share with outsiders. Even seemingly innocent details can be pieced together to create a picture of your strengths and weaknesses. Camouflage and concealment are key elements of this strategy. If possible, make your community blend into its surroundings. Use natural materials and terrain to your advantage. In urban environments, this might mean disguising occupied buildings to look abandoned. In rural areas, it could involve using vegetation to obscure structures and activity. Early warning systems are crucial for effective defense. Establish a perimeter around your community and set up observation posts. These don't need to be high-tech. Simple tripwires connected to noisemakers can be effective. Some communities have trained dogs or other animals to alert them to approaching strangers. Communication is vital for coordinated defense. Develop a system of signals that all community members understand. This could be as simple as different whistle patterns or as complex as flag systems or handheld radios if you have access to them. Make sure everyone knows how to raise an alarm and how to respond when one is raised. Now, let's talk about physical defenses. The specific strategies will depend on your environment, but the principles remain the same. Create obstacles that slow down potential intruders and funnel them into areas where they're more vulnerable. In urban settings, this might involve barricading streets and creating choke points. In rural areas, it could mean digging ditches or creating thorn barriers. For buildings, focus on reinforcing entry points. Doors can be strengthened with additional locks and bars. Windows should be covered with sturdy materials, leaving only small openings for observation and defense. If you have the resources, consider setting up defensive positions on rooftops or upper floors, which provide better visibility and are harder to assault. Water access is often a critical vulnerability. If your community relies on a well or other water source, make sure it's within your defensive perimeter and well protected. The same goes for food storage likely to be primary targets for any attackers. Now, let's address the sensitive topic of weapons. In our post-impact world, firearms may be available to some communities. If you have them, proper training and strict safety protocols are absolutely crucial. However, many effective weapons can be crafted from readily available materials. Bows, spears, and slings have been used effectively for thousands of years. Even simple tools like axes or machetes can be formidable weapons in trained hands. Remember, the goal of community defense is not to engage in combat, but to deter attacks and protect your people if conflict becomes unavoidable. Non-lethal deterrence can be very effective. Bright lights, loud noises, and even unpleasant smells can discourage potential intruders without the need for violence. Training is a critical component of any defensive strategy. All able members of your community should know basic self-defense techniques. Regular drills will help everyone understand their role in an emergency. These drills also serve to demonstrate your preparedness to any observers, further deterring potential attacks. Establishing clear rules of engagement is crucial. When is it acceptable to use force? How should community members respond to different types of threats? Having these guidelines in place beforehand can prevent tragic mistakes in high-stress situations. Now, let's talk about the importance of intelligence gathering. Knowing what's happening in the areas around your community can help you anticipate and prevent potential threats. Consider setting up regular patrols or scouting missions. If possible, establish friendly relations with neighboring communities. A network of allies can provide invaluable early warnings and mutual support. In our changed world, the nature of threats has evolved. Be prepared for a variety of scenarios. In addition to potential human adversaries, you might face dangers from wild animals, especially as they adapt to changed environments and food scarcities. Environmental threats like fires, floods, or extreme weather events may also require defensive responses. Psychological factors play a huge role in community defense. A united, confident community is much harder to intimidate or defeat. Foster a sense of shared purpose and mutual support among your members. Regular community events, shared meals, and collaborative projects can all contribute to this sense of unity. It's also important to have protocols in place for accepting new members into your community. While growing your numbers can increase your defensive capabilities, it also introduces risk. Consider implementing quarantine periods for newcomers, both for health reasons and to assess their character and intentions. Now, let's address a difficult but necessary topic. What to do if your defenses are breached. Have evacuation plans in place and make sure everyone knows them. Designate rally points where community members can regroup. Have bug-out bags prepared with essential supplies. Remember, sometimes strategic retreat is the best way to ensure long-term survival. In the event of a successful attack, have plans for treating injuries. Basic first aid skills should be widespread in your community, and if possible, set up a dedicated medical area that's well protected. Know how to improvise medical supplies if your stocks run low. It's crucial to balance security with openness. A community that's too closed off may miss out on valuable alliances and trade opportunities. Consider establishing neutral meeting grounds outside your main perimeter where you can interact with outsiders in relative safety. Remember, the strongest defense is a thriving, resilient community. Invest in sustainable food and water sources. Develop diverse skills among your members. The more self-sufficient you are, the less vulnerable you'll be to external threats. Ethical considerations should always be at the forefront of your defensive planning. In our harsh new world, it's easy to become callous, but maintaining our humanity is crucial. Treat all human life as valuable, even potential adversaries. Use force only as a last resort, and always in proportion to the threat. Looking to the future, consider how your defensive strategies might need to evolve. As the immediate post-impact crisis stabilizes, new challenges may emerge. Be prepared to adapt your tactics as the situation changes. In future broadcasts, we'll dive deeper into specific defensive techniques. We'll explore topics like improvised fortifications, wilderness survival tactics, and strategies for defending against larger organized groups. As always, we'll continue to share success stories and innovations from survivor communities around the world. Stay vigilant, stay united, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing medical skills for survivors. In a world where professional healthcare illnesses could be the difference between life and death for you and your community members. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could be crucial for maintaining health and saving lives in these challenging times. Remember, survivors, every precaution you take, every skill you develop, is a shield protecting not just your lives, but your hope for the future. Whether you're setting up an early warning system, training in self-defense, or simply looking out for your neighbors, you're not just defending a location, you're safeguarding the potential for a better tomorrow. This is Atlas, signing off for now, but I'll be back. Stay tuned to Station Atlas, your beacon of security in the wasteland. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to delve into the crucial topic of medical skills for survivors. In our new reality, where professional healthcare is scarce, knowing how to treat injuries and illnesses could mean the difference between life and death for you and your community members. Let's start with the basics of first aid. The fundamental principle to remember is ABC: airway, breathing, circulation. In any medical emergency, first ensure the person's airway is clear. Check if they're breathing. If not, begin rescue breaths. Then check for a pulse and begin chest compressions if necessary. These simple steps can keep someone alive until more help arrives. Wound care is a critical skill in our post-impact world. Clean all wounds thoroughly with the cleanest water available. If you have access to them, antiseptics like iodine or alcohol can help prevent infection. In their absence, honey has natural antibacterial properties and can be used on wounds. For deep cuts, butterfly bandages can be created from adhesive tape to hold the edges of the wound together. Knowing how to stop severe bleeding is essential. Apply direct pressure to the wound with a clean cloth. If bleeding is from a limb, elevate it above the heart. For life-threatening bleeding, a tourniquet may be necessary. But remember, this is a last resort as it can lead to loss of the limb if left on too long. Burns are another common injury in survival situations. For minor burns, cool the area with clean water. Do not pop blisters, as this increases the risk of infection. For more severe burns, cover the area with a clean, dry cloth, and seek further medical help if possible. Aloe vera, if available, can provide relief and aid healing. Fractures and sprains require immobilization. Use whatever rigid materials you have available to create a splint. Wooden boards, sturdy branches, even rolled-up newspapers can work. Pad the splint to prevent pressure points. For sprains, remember rice. Rest, ice, or cold compress. Compression and elevation. Now, let's talk about common illnesses you might encounter. Gastrointestinal issues are prevalent in survival situations due to contaminated food and water. Oral rehydration is crucial in treating diarrhea. A simple rehydration solution can be made by mixing 6 level teaspoons of sugar and half a level teaspoon of salt into 1 liter of clean water. Respiratory infections are another major concern, especially given the dust and debris in our post-impact atmosphere. Steam inhalation can provide relief for congestion. Herbal teas, made from plants like thyme or peppermint, can help soothe sore throats and coughs. Skin infections are common when hygiene is difficult to maintain. Keep wounds clean and covered. If infection does set in, look for signs like redness, swelling, and warmth around the affected area. Warm compresses can help draw out infection. If you have access to them, topical antibiotics are ideal, but in their absence, honey or garlic paste can be used for their antimicrobial properties. In our changed world, knowledge of medicinal plants can be life-saving. Learn to identify and use plants in your area. For example, willow bark contains salicin, a compound similar to aspirin, and can be used for pain relief. Yarrow can help stop bleeding and fight infection. Plantain leaves can be crushed and applied to insect bites to reduce itching and swelling. Preventing illness is just as important as treating it. Emphasize the importance of hygiene in your community. Even with limited water, hand washing is crucial. Ash can be used as an alternative to soap. Boil drinking water when possible, or use solar disinfection by leaving clear water in transparent bottles in direct sunlight for at least 6 hours. Mental health is a critical aspect of overall well-being, especially in our stressful post-impact world. Learn to recognize signs of depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder. Create safe spaces for people to talk about their feelings. Simple breathing exercises and meditation techniques can be powerful tools for managing stress and anxiety. Now, let's address some specific. Hypothermia is a real danger in many areas due to our changed climate. Symptoms include shivering, slurred speech, and confusion. Warm the person gradually, starting with the core of their body. Skin-to-skin contact under warm blankets can be very effective. On the flip side, heat-related illnesses are a concern in some regions. Heat exhaustion can progress to life-threatening heat stroke if not treated. Move the person to a cooler area. Remove excess clothing and cool them with water. Fan them to promote evaporation. Allergic reactions can be life-threatening. If someone experiences sudden swelling, particularly of the face or throat, or has difficulty breathing after exposure to a potential allergen, they may be having a severe allergic reaction. If you have access to epinephrine autoinjectors, use them. Otherwise, antihistamines can help manage milder reactions. In survival situations, dental problems can become serious medical issues. Practice good dental hygiene to prevent problems. For toothaches, clove oil can provide temporary pain relief. In cases of dental abscess, warm saltwater rinses can help draw out infection. Childbirth is another medical event you should be prepared for. While it's a natural process, complications can arise. Know the signs of labor and the basics of delivering a baby. Cleanliness is crucial to prevent infection for both mother and child. Have clean cloths, clean water, and if possible, sterile cutting implements for the umbilical cord. Now, let's talk about improvising medical supplies. Clean cloth can be boiled to create sterile bandages. Superglue can be used to close small wounds in emergencies. Tampons can serve as sterile dressings for puncture wounds. Dental floss is strong enough to be used as suture material if absolutely necessary. Creating a community medical kit is essential. Include basic supplies like bandages, antiseptics, pain relievers, and any medications that community members rely on. Rotate supplies regularly and keep track of expiration dates. For long-term survival, consider ways to produce your own medical supplies. Many herbs can be grown for medicinal use. Some communities have even started small-scale production of essential medications using salvaged laboratory equipment. Training is crucial. Set up regular first aid classes in your community. Practice scenarios to keep skills sharp. The more people who have basic medical knowledge, the more resilient your community will be. Remember, in our post-impact world, seemingly minor health issues can quickly become life-threatening. Always take symptoms seriously and act quickly. When in doubt, it's better to be overly cautious. In future broadcasts, we'll dive deeper into specific medical techniques. We'll explore topics like advanced wound care, long-term management of chronic conditions, and even basic surgical procedures that can be performed in austere conditions. As always, we'll continue to share success stories and innovations from survivor communities around the world. Stay healthy, stay prepared, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing strategies for preserving knowledge and culture in our changed world. As we focus on immediate survival, it's crucial not to lose sight of the broader human experience that defines us. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could be key to maintaining our humanity and laying the groundwork for rebuilding civilization. Remember, survivors, every medical skill you learn, every life you save or improve, is a testament to human resilience. Whether you're treating a wound, growing medicinal herbs, or simply sharing knowledge with others, you're not just preserving individual lives, you're keeping the flame of human knowledge and compassion alive. This is Atlas, signing off for now, but I'll be back. Stay tuned to Station Atlas, your beacon of healing in the wasteland. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to explore the vital topic of preserving knowledge and culture in our changed world. As we focus on immediate survival, it's crucial not to lose sight of the broader human experience that defines us. Our knowledge and culture are not just luxuries. They are essential tools for our long-term survival and the eventual rebuilding of civilization. Let's start with the preservation of practical knowledge. In our new reality, skills that were once considered obsolete have become essential. Identify the experts in your community, those with knowledge of traditional crafts, agriculture, mechanics, and other practical skills. Create systems to document and share this knowledge. This could be through apprenticeship programs, regular workshops, or creating written or illustrated guides. Consider setting up a community library. Books are invaluable repositories of knowledge. Protect them from the elements. In humid environments, silica gel packets can help prevent mold. In dry areas, keep books away from direct sunlight to prevent fading and degradation. If you have the resources, consider making copies of essential texts to distribute among different communities. Digital information, where still accessible, presents both opportunities and challenges. If you have working computers or tablets, they can store vast amounts of information. However, they're vulnerable to power outages and physical damage. Consider printing out critical information as a backup. For long-term storage of digital data, look into etching information onto metal plates or other durable materials. Oral tradition can be a powerful tool for preserving knowledge. Many cultures have passed down complex information through stories, songs, and poems for generations. Encourage your community to create mnemonic devices or stories to remember crucial information about survival techniques, local plant and animal life, or the history of your area. Now, let's talk about preserving cultural knowledge. Art, music, literature, and other forms of cultural expression are not just entertainment. They're part of what makes us human. They provide comfort, inspire innovation, and help us process our experiences. Encourage community members to continue practicing their art forms, even if resources are limited. Set up regular cultural events in your community. This could be storytelling nights, music performances, or art exhibitions. These events serve multiple purposes. They boost morale, provide a sense of normalcy, and ensure that cultural knowledge is shared and preserved. Language preservation is another crucial aspect of cultural conservation. In our fragmented post-impact world, unique dialects and even entire languages may be at risk of disappearing. If your community includes speakers of endangered languages, encourage them to teach others. Create dictionaries and phrasebooks, if possible. Historical knowledge is vital for understanding our past and planning for our future. Encourage community members to record their memories of the world before the impacts. Create a community chronicle, documenting your experiences and the changes you observe. This record will be invaluable for future generations trying to understand this pivotal time in human history. Scientific knowledge is crucial for our long-term survival and eventual recovery. If you have community members with scientific backgrounds, task them with preserving and sharing their knowledge. Even if you don't have the resources to conduct complex experiments, understanding scientific principles can lead to innovative solutions to survival challenges. Mathematics is another field of knowledge that's essential to preserve. From basic arithmetic needed for rationing supplies to more advanced concepts used in engineering and construction, math skills will be crucial for rebuilding. Consider setting up math education programs for all age groups in your community. Preserving knowledge about governance and social organization is also important. As we build new communities, understanding different systems of government, conflict resolution techniques, and principles of justice will be crucial. If you have members with backgrounds in law, political science, or related fields, encourage them to share their knowledge. Now, let's address some of the challenges in knowledge preservation. One major issue is the risk of information degradation over time. As knowledge is passed down, details can be lost or altered. Combat this by encouraging a culture of accuracy and verification. When possible, cross-reference information with multiple sources. Another challenge is balancing the preservation of diverse viewpoints with the need for unity in your community. Encourage respectful dialogue about different cultural and ideological perspectives. Remember, diversity of thought can be a strength, leading to more innovative solutions to the challenges we face. The loss of global communication networks has made it difficult to share knowledge between distant communities. Consider establishing a network of messengers or a system of relay stations to facilitate long-distance information exchange. Some communities have revived old technologies like heliographs for long-distance communication. In our resource-scarce world, you may face difficult decisions about what knowledge to prioritize. While immediate survival skills are obviously crucial, don't neglect the preservation of knowledge that might not seem immediately useful. The philosophy, art, or abstract mathematics that seems impractical today could be the foundation of new innovations tomorrow. Education of the younger generation is paramount. Set up schools or learning circles in your community. Even if you can't replicate the formal education system of the old world, ensure that children are learning reading, writing, mathematics. Incorporate practical survival skills into their education as well. Consider creating a seed vault of knowledge-essential information stored in a secure, protected location. This could include basic textbooks, manuals for crucial technologies, maps, and cultural artifacts. Just as seed banks preserve biodiversity for the future, this knowledge vault could be a lifeline for rebuilding civilization. Encourage a culture of curiosity and lifelong learning in your community. Set up discussion groups where people can share knowledge on different topics. Create community projects that require learning and applying new skills. Remember, a community that values knowledge is more adaptable and resilient. Don't underestimate the power of play in preserving knowledge and culture. Games, especially those that require strategy or memory, can be excellent tools for keeping minds sharp and passing on cultural values. Encourage the revival of traditional games and the creation of new ones that reflect your current reality. As we look to the future, consider how the knowledge we preserve today will shape the world we rebuild. What values do we want to carry forward? What mistakes from the past do we want to avoid repeating? Engaging your community in these discussions can help guide your preservation efforts and create a shared vision for the future. In future broadcasts, we'll dive deeper into specific methods of knowledge preservation. We'll explore topics like creating durable records, effective teaching techniques in resource-limited environments, and strategies for verifying and updating preserved information. As always, we'll continue to share success stories and innovations from survivor communities around the world. Stay curious, stay connected to your cultural roots, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing long-term food production strategies. As we move beyond immediate survival, establishing sustainable food sources is crucial for the growth and stability of our communities. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could be the key to ensuring a reliable food supply for your community in the years to come. Remember, survivors, every piece of knowledge you preserve, every cultural tradition you maintain, is a thread connecting us to our past and weaving the fabric of our future. Whether you're teaching a child to read, recording the oral history of your community, or simply sharing a song from the old world, you're not just preserving information, you're keeping the essence of humanity alive. This is Atlas, signing off for now, but I'll be back. Stay tuned to Station Atlas, your beacon of wisdom in the wasteland. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to delve into the crucial topic of long-term food production strategies. As we move beyond immediate survival, establishing sustainable food sources is essential for the growth and stability of our communities. Let's start with the basics of agriculture in our changed world. The climate shifts caused by the impacts of altered growing seasons and conditions across the globe. It's crucial to understand your local microclimate and how it's changed. Keep detailed records of weather patterns, soil conditions, and crop yields. This data will be invaluable for planning future harvests. Soil health is paramount in any agricultural system, but it's even more critical now. Many areas are dealing with soil contamination or depletion due to the impacts and their aftermath. Start a composting system in your community to create nutrient-rich soil amendments. Learn about crop rotation and cover cropping to maintain soil fertility without relying on chemical fertilizers. Water management is another key aspect of long-term food production. In many areas, rainfall patterns have become unpredictable. Implement water harvesting systems like rain barrels or swales to capture and store rainwater. If you're in an arid region, consider reviving ancient techniques like quanots or fog catchers to access water. Seed saving is crucial for long-term food security. Learn to properly harvest, clean, and store seeds from your most successful plants. Focus on open-pollinated varieties that will breed true. Consider establishing a community seed bank to preserve genetic diversity and ensure a stable seed supply for future plantings. Now, let's talk about crop selection. Diversity is key to resilience. Don't put all your efforts into a single crop. Instead, cultivate a variety of plants that can thrive in your specific conditions. Focus on hardy, nutrient-dense crops that store well. Root vegetables like potatoes, carrots, and turnips are often good choices. Grains and legumes are excellent for their caloric density and storage potential. Consider reviving heritage crop varieties. Many older plant varieties are more agriculture than modern hybrid crops. If you can access them, land races, locally adapted plant varieties, can be particularly valuable in our changed growing conditions. Perennial crops should be a part of your long-term food strategy. Fruit and nut trees, once established, can provide food for decades with minimal input. Berry bushes, asparagus, and rhubarb are other good perennial options. These plants not only provide food, but also help stabilize soil and create microclimates that can benefit other crops. Don't overlook the potential of wild foods. Learn to identify edible plants in your area. Encourage the growth of beneficial wild species in and around your cultivated areas. This not only provides additional food sources, but also supports local ecosystems and biodiversity. Pest management is a significant challenge in long-term food production. Without access to commercial pesticides, we need to rely on integrated pest management strategies. Encourage beneficial insects by planting flowers and herbs among your crops. Use companion planting techniques to naturally repel pests. For example, planting marigolds near your vegetables can deter many insect pests. Climate control is another factor to consider. In areas with shorter growing seasons or extreme temperatures, season extension techniques are crucial. Learn to build simple cold frames or hoop houses using salvaged materials. These structures can protect plants from frost and extend your growing season by weeks or even months. Vertical gardening techniques can maximize food production in limited spaces. Use trellises, walls, and even rooftops to grow climbing plants like beans, peas, and certain squashes. In urban environments, green walls can transform buildings into productive food-growing spaces. Hydroponics and aquaponics systems, which we've discussed in previous broadcasts, can be excellent long-term food production strategies, especially in areas with poor soil or limited outdoor space. These systems use significantly less water than traditional agriculture and can produce high yields year-round. Animal husbandry should be considered as part of a comprehensive food production strategy. Chickens, rabbits, and goats are good options for small-scale animal production. They can provide meat, eggs, and milk, as well as manure for fertilizing crops. In some environments, fish farming or insect cultivation might be viable protein sources. Food preservation is a crucial component of long-term food security. Revive traditional preservation methods like fermentation, pickling, and smoking. These techniques not only extend the shelf life of food, but can also increase its nutritional value. Learn to build simple solar dehydrators for drying fruits and vegetables. Now, let's address some of the challenges in long-term food production. One major issue is the unpredictability of our changed climate. To mitigate this, diversify not just your crops but also your growing methods. Combine outdoor agriculture with indoor or protected growing spaces. This way, if one system fails, others can compensate. Soil degradation is another significant challenge. Implement soil-building practices like adding organic matter, minimizing tillage, and using green manures. In severely degraded areas, consider starting with pioneer plants that can help rebuild soil health before moving on to food crops. The loss of pollinators is a serious concern in many areas. Encourage native pollinators by creating habitat and food sources for them. Some communities have started small-scale beekeeping operations, which not only aid in pollination, but also provide honey as a valuable food and medicine. In our resource-scarce world, finding alternatives to fossil fuel-dependent farm equipment is crucial. Revive hand tools and animal-powered farming methods. Some communities have had success adapting bicycles and other human-powered devices for agricultural use. Education and skill sharing are vital for successful long-term food production. Create systems to pass on agricultural knowledge within your community. This could involve apprenticeship programs, regular workshops, or creating detailed growing guides specific to your local conditions. Community involvement is key to sustainable food production. Consider implementing a community-supported agriculture model, where the workload and harvest are shared among community members. This not only distributes the labor, but also ensures that everyone has a stake in the success of the food production system. As we look to the future, we need to think about how our food production systems can become more resilient and self-sustaining. Explore closed-loop systems where waste from one process becomes input for another. For example, using livestock manure to generate biogas for cooking, with the residue then used as fertilizer for crops. Breeding programs for both plants and animals can help develop varieties. This is a long-term project, but it's crucial for the ongoing adaptation of our food systems to our changed world. In future broadcasts, we'll dive deeper into specific agricultural techniques. We'll explore topics like advanced soil management, breeding for resilience, and integrating food production with other community systems. As always, we'll continue to share success stories and innovations from survivor communities around the world. Stay productive, stay adaptable, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing navigation and mapping in our changed landscape. As we begin to expand our range and re-establish connections between communities, Understanding how to navigate and create accurate maps is crucial. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could be key to safely exploring and understanding our new world. Remember, survivors, every seed you plant, every crop you harvest, is an act of hope and defiance against the devastation around us. Whether you're tending a small vegetable patch or managing a large community farm, you're not just producing food, you're cultivating a future where humanity can thrive once again. This is Atlas, signing off for now, but I'll be back. Stay tuned to Station Atlas, your beacon of growth in the wasteland. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to explore the crucial topic of navigation and mapping in our changed landscape. As we begin to expand our range and re-establish connections between communities, understanding how to navigate and create accurate maps is essential for our survival and progress. Let's start with the basics of navigation in a world where GPS and digital maps are no longer reliable. The first skill to master is reading the sun and stars. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west, giving you a basic east-west line. At noon, the sun is due south in the northern hemisphere and due north in the southern hemisphere. This can help you establish your cardinal directions. At night, the stars become your guide. In the northern hemisphere, locate the North Star Polaris by finding the Big Dipper constellation. The two stars at the front edge of the Big Dipper's bowl point directly to the North Star. In the southern hemisphere, the Southern Cross constellation can help you find south. The long axis of the Southern Cross points towards the South Celestial Pole. Invest time in learning to read natural signs. Trees often grow more branches on their southern side in the northern hemisphere and northern side in the southern hemisphere as they reach for sunlight. Moss tends to grow on the shadier, damper side of trees and rocks, which is often the north side in the northern hemisphere. However, always use multiple signs to confirm your direction, as local conditions can cause variations. Now, let's talk about making and using maps. Start by creating a detailed map of your immediate area. Use whatever materials you have available. Paper, bark, even etching into soft stone can work. Begin with major landmarks and gradually add more detail. Include water sources, foraging areas, dangerous zones, and any other relevant information. When creating maps, consistency in scale and symbolism is crucial. Develop a set of standard symbols for different features, perhaps a triangle for mountains, a wavy line for rivers, a circle for settlements. Make sure everyone in your community understands these symbols. Include a legend on your maps explaining what each symbol means. For measuring distances, pacing is a useful skill. Find out how many of your normal steps it takes to cover 100 meters. This will allow you to estimate distances as you travel. For longer distances, timing your travel can be helpful. On relatively flat ground, an average person walks about 5 kilometers per hour. Creating accurate maps of larger areas requires some basic surveying techniques. Triangulation is a powerful method. Choose 3 visible landmarks and measure the angles between them from your position. With this information, you can determine your location relative to these points. This technique can also be used to map the position of distant features. To measure angles without modern equipment, you can create a simple sextant using a protractor or a protractor-shaped piece of material, a weighted string, and a sighting tube. This allows you to measure the angle between your horizon and celestial bodies or distant landmarks. When exploring new areas, always maintain awareness of your surroundings. Take note of distinctive features that can serve as waypoints. Periodically turn around and observe the path behind you. The return journey often looks different, and you'll want to recognize it. Water features are particularly important for both navigation and survival. Rivers, streams, and lake shores can serve as natural pathways. Be aware that these may have changed significantly since the impacts. What was once a small stream might now be a raging river, or vice versa. In urban environments, navigation presents different challenges. Many familiar landmarks may be gone or altered beyond recognition. The street grid, where still visible, can provide a basic navigational framework. Tall structures that survive the impacts can serve as reference points visible from a distance. Underground spaces like subway tunnels or sewers might become important routes in some urban areas. Mapping these can be crucial but also dangerous. Always prioritize safety when exploring these areas. For long-distance travel, reviving old-fashioned navigation techniques can be valuable. Learn to use a compass if you have access to one. Remember that magnetic north is not the same as true north, and the difference, magnetic declination, varies depending on your location. Creating and maintaining accurate calendars is another important aspect of navigation and mapping. The changing climate may have altered traditional seasonal patterns, but observing and recording these changes can help you navigate not just through space, but through time. This is crucial for planning travel, agricultural activities, and other seasonal tasks. Now, let's address some challenges in navigation and mapping in our post-impact world. One major issue is the rapidly changing landscape. Landslides, floods, and other events can quickly alter terrain. Regular scouting missions to update maps are crucial. Consider implementing a system where travelers report any changes they observe upon their return. Another challenge is the loss of common reference points. Pre-impact maps may be of limited use, as many features they depict no longer exist. When using old maps, focus on major geological features like mountain ranges or coastlines, accounting for sea level changes rather than human-made structures. The disruption of the Earth's magnetic field due to the impacts presents another navigational challenge. In some areas, compasses may be unreliable. Cross-reference compass readings with celestial navigation and natural signs whenever possible. In areas with limited visibility due to dust or pollution, navigation becomes more challenging. Develop a system of markers or cairns to help guide travelers along common routes. Sound-based navigation, using distinctive noises to mark locations, can be helpful in these conditions. As communities begin to re-establish long-distance communication and trade, creating standardized mapping conventions becomes important. Consider organizing mapping conferences with other communities to share information and establish common symbology and scales. Looking to the future, we need to think about how to preserve and pass on navigational knowledge. Establish education programs in your community to teach these skills, especially to younger members. Create durable records of your maps and navigational techniques to ensure this knowledge isn't lost. In future broadcasts, we'll dive deeper into specific navigation and mapping techniques. We'll explore topics like celestial navigation, advanced surveying methods, and strategies for mapping different types of terrain. As always, we'll continue to share success stories and innovations from survivor communities around the world. Stay oriented, stay curious, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing recycling and resource management. In our resource-scarce environment, making the most of every material we have access to is crucial for long-term survival. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could be key to maximizing the utility of the limited resources available to your community. Remember, survivors, every map you create, every journey you successfully navigate, is expanding the boundaries of our known world. Whether you're charting your local area or planning long-distance expeditions, you're not just drawing lines on paper, you're rediscovering our world and paving the way for reconnection and rebuilding. This is Atlas, signing off for now, but I'll be back. Stay tuned to Station Atlas, your beacon of direction in the wasteland. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to delve into the crucial topic of recycling and resource management. In our resource-scarce environment, making the most of every material we have access to is essential for long-term survival and sustainability. Let's start with the basics of recycling in our new reality. The first step is to change our mindset. In the pre-impact world, many of us were accustomed to a use and discard mentality. Now, we need to see every item as a potential resource. Before discarding anything, consider how it might be reused or repurposed. Sorting is the foundation of effective recycling to separate materials. At a minimum, you'll want categories for metals, plastics, glass, and organic waste. If possible, further separate metals into ferrous, containing iron, and non-ferrous. This initial sorting makes the recycling process much more efficient. Metal recycling is particularly important in our post-impact world. Aluminum cans, steel containers, and other metal scraps can be melted down and reshaped into new tools or construction materials. If you have the resources, consider setting up a small foundry. Even a simple pit furnace can be used to melt aluminum, which has a relatively low melting point. For those without access to high-temperature furnaces, there are still many ways to repurpose metal. Tin cans can be turned into containers, cooking vessels, or even used to create solar water heaters. Steel drums can be converted into rain barrels or planters. Wire from electronics can be used for a multitude of purposes, from crafting tools to creating defensive perimeters. Plastic recycling presents unique challenges, but also opportunities. While we may not have the means to break down and remold plastics on an industrial scale, many plastic items can be directly repurposed. Plastic bottles can be used for storage, cut into scoops or funnels, or even filled with sand or water to create insulation in structures. Plastic sheets can be used for waterproofing or as greenhouse materials. Glass is another valuable resource. Whole glass containers can be reused for storage or as building materials. Broken glass can be carefully crushed and used as an aggregate in concrete or as a base layer in pathways. With some skill, glass can even be melted and reshaped into new items, though this requires high temperatures and proper safety precautions. Paper and cardboard recycling might seem less critical in our immediate survival needs, but these materials have many uses. Shredded paper can be combined with other organic matter to create compost or used as insulation. Cardboard can be used to start fires, as a weed barrier in gardens, or even layered to create surprisingly sturdy furniture. Textile recycling is another important aspect of resource management. Old clothing can be unraveled for yarn or cut into strips to weave into new items. Larger pieces of fabric can be repurposed into bags, filters, or patches for other garments. Even small scraps can be used as stuffing for pillows or insulation. Organic waste management is crucial not just for hygiene, but as a valuable resource. Implement a composting system in your community. This not only reduces waste, but also creates nutrient-rich soil for agriculture. Different types of composting systems work better in different environments, so experiment to find what works best for your situation. Now, let's talk about managing more complex resources. Electronics, while no longer functional for their original purpose, contain a wealth of useful components. Speakers can be turned into microphones. Motors from disk drives can be used in small wind turbines. Solar cells from calculators can be combined to create larger solar panels. Always exercise caution when dismantling electronics, as some components can contain harmful substances. Batteries are a particularly valuable resource. Even dead batteries often have some charge left and can be used for low-power applications. If you have the knowledge and equipment, you might even be able to rejuvenate some types of rechargeable batteries. However, be extremely cautious when handling batteries, especially if they're damaged, as they can be dangerous. Vehicle recycling can provide a wealth of materials. Engines contain valuable metals. Seats can be repurposed as furniture. Tires can be used in construction or cut up to make sturdy shoe soles. Even automotive fluids can be repurposed. Coolant can be used as antifreeze in other applications. And motor oil can be filtered and reused. Water recycling is critical in many post-impact environments. Implement gray water systems to reuse water from washing for irrigation. Even black water can be safely composted with the right setup, though this requires careful management to prevent disease spread. Energy recycling is another concept to consider. Waste heat from composting or other biological processes can be used to warm greenhouses or living spaces. Methane from decomposition can be captured and used as fuel. Now, let's address some challenges in recycling and resource management. One major issue is the lack of large-scale recycling facilities. We need to focus on small-scale, local solutions. This might mean sacrificing some efficiency, but it allows for more flexibility and resilience. Contamination is another significant challenge. Without access to industrial cleaning processes, we need to be very careful about what we recycle and how we use recycled materials. Develop strict protocols for cleaning and decontaminating materials in all recycling activities. Many materials can release harmful substances when melted or broken down. Always prioritize protective equipment and proper ventilation when working with recycled materials. Education is key to effective community-wide recycling. Implement training programs to ensure everyone understands what can be recycled how to sort materials, and the importance of these practices. Consider creating visual guides to help people identify recyclable materials and their potential uses. Looking to the future, we need to think about how our recycling and resource management practices can evolve. As we rebuild, we have the opportunity to design systems and structures with recycling and reuse in mind from the start. This cradle-to-cradle approach can greatly increase our long-term sustainability. Remember, in our post-impact world, waste is a luxury we can't afford. Every item, every material has potential value. Cultivate a mindset of creative reuse in your community. Encourage innovation in finding new uses for old materials. In future broadcasts, we'll dive deeper into specific recycling techniques. We'll explore topics like advanced composting methods, small-scale metal refining, and strategies for managing electronic waste. As always, we'll continue to share success stories and innovations from survivor communities around the world. Stay resourceful, stay innovative, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing weather prediction without technology. In our changed climate, being able to read natural signs and predict weather patterns can be crucial for everything from agriculture to travel planning. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could be key to understanding and adapting to the weather patterns in your local area. Remember, survivors, every item you recycle, every resource you manage effectively, is a step towards a more sustainable future. Whether you're sorting scrap metal, composting organic waste, or finding creative new uses for old materials, you're not just conserving resources, you're laying the groundwork for a world where humanity can thrive in harmony with our environment. This is Atlas, signing off for now, but I'll be back. Stay tuned to Station Atlas, your beacon of sustainability in the wasteland. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to explore the crucial topic of weather prediction without technology. In our changed climate, being able to read natural signs and predict weather patterns is essential for everything from agriculture to travel planning. Let's start with the basics of observing the sky. Clouds are one of our most valuable tools for short-term weather prediction. High, wispy cirrus clouds often indicate that weather changes are on the way, usually within 24 hours. If these clouds are followed by lower thickening clouds, it's a good sign that precipitation is approaching. Cumulonimbus clouds, those tall, anvil-shaped giants, are harbingers of storms. If you see these forming, prepare for potentially severe weather, including heavy rain, hail, and in some cases, tornadic activity. On the other hand, small, puffy cumulus clouds in a blue sky generally indicate fair weather. The old saying, "Red sky at night, sailor's delight. Red sky in morning, sailor's warning," has a basis in meteorology. In many parts of the world, weather systems generally move from west to east. A red sky at sunset often means high pressure and stable air are approaching from the west, promising good weather. A red sky at sunrise can indicate that good weather has passed, and storms may be coming. Wind direction is another crucial factor in weather prediction. In many regions, winds from the south often bring warmer temperatures and increased humidity, while winds from the north typically bring cooler, drier air. Observe how the wind direction correlates with weather changes in your specific location, and use this knowledge for future predictions. Animals and insects can be excellent weather predictors. Many creatures are far more sensitive to changes in air pressure and humidity than humans. If you notice birds flying lower than usual, or swallows and swifts darting about more frantically, it often indicates that low pressure is approaching, which can mean rain. Bees and butterflies tend to disappear from flower beds when storms are approaching. Plants, too, can provide weather clues. Many flowers close up before rain arrives. Pine cones open in dry weather and close when humidity increases. Even the leaves on deciduous trees can help. If you see their undersides flipping up, it often means windy or stormy weather is on the way. For longer-term predictions, we need to look at broader patterns. Keep a daily record of temperature, wind direction, cloud types, and any precipitation. Over time, these patterns, combined with your observations of natural signs, will allow you to make increasingly accurate predictions. The moon can also provide weather clues. A ring around the moon, caused by light refracting through ice crystals in high clouds, often indicates that rain is on the way within the next day or two. The clearer and brighter the ring, the more likely the chance of precipitation. Now, let's talk about some specific weather phenomena and how to predict them. Fog often forms on clear nights when the air near the ground cools enough for water vapor to condense. If you notice temperatures dropping significantly on a clear, calm evening, fog is likely to form by morning. Frost, crucial to predict for agricultural purposes, typically occurs on clear, still nights when surface temperatures drop below freezing. If you see these conditions developing and your area is prone to frost, take precautions to protect sensitive plants. In coastal areas, understanding sea breezes can be valuable. On sunny days, the land heats up faster than the sea, causing air to rise over the land and pull in cooler air from over the water. This creates a sea breeze, which can significantly affect local temperatures and cloud formation. For those in hurricane-prone regions, long-term observation is key. Hurricanes tend to form in specific seasons and under certain conditions. While predicting individual hurricanes without technology is challenging, understanding the typical hurricane season for your region can help you stay prepared. In areas prone to tornadoes, watch for the conditions that often precede them. A warm, humid day followed by large cumulonimbus clouds, especially those with a greenish tint. A sudden drop in temperature and a calm before the storm can also be warning signs. Snow prediction requires understanding the interplay between temperature and humidity. If temperatures are near freezing and you notice increasing humidity and thickening clouds, snow may be on the way. The type of snowflakes can even give you clues about the air temperature. Large, fluffy flakes tend to form when temperatures are just below freezing, while smaller, more compact flakes form in colder conditions. For those in arid regions, dust storms can be a significant concern. These often occur during hot, dry conditions, when strong winds can lift loose soil into the air. If you notice a wall of dust approaching, seek shelter immediately. Building simple weather instruments can greatly enhance your predictive abilities. A rain gauge can be as simple as a straight-sided container left out in the open. Mark the water level after each rainfall to track precipitation patterns. You can create a basic barometer using a glass jar, a balloon, and a straw. Stretch the balloon over the mouth of the jar, secure it with a rubber band, and attach the straw to the center of the balloon so it extends outward. As air pressure changes, the balloon will expand or contract, moving the straw up or down. Mark the straw's position daily to track pressure changes. A wind vane is another useful tool. It can be made from a pinwheel attached to a vertical rod, allowing it to spin freely. Mark the cardinal directions around the base, and you'll be able to track wind direction. Remember, weather prediction is as much an art as a science, especially without modern technology. The key is consistent observation and record keeping. The more data you collect, the more accurate your predictions will become. In our post-impact world, sharing weather observations between communities can be incredibly valuable. If you have the means to communicate with other groups, consider establishing a network for sharing weather data. This can help everyone make more accurate long-term predictions and prepare for significant weather events. It's important to note that our changed climate means historical weather patterns may no longer apply. Be prepared to adapt your prediction methods as you observe new patterns emerging. What worked in the pre-impact world may not be reliable now. In future broadcasts, we'll dive deeper into specific weather prediction techniques for different climates and seasons. We'll explore topics like reading the night sky for weather clues, understanding the impact of terrain on local weather, and strategies for long-term climate observation. As always, we'll continue to share success stories and innovations from survivor communities around the world. Stay observant, stay prepared, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing emotional resilience and support in our challenging new reality. The psychological toll of survival can be as threatening as any physical danger. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could be crucial for maintaining mental health and community cohesion in these trying times. Remember, survivors, every cloud you observe every wind shift you notice, and adapting to our new world. Whether you're predicting tomorrow's weather for your farm or preparing your community for an approaching storm, you're not just forecasting, you're empowering yourself and others to thrive in our changed environment. This is Atlas, signing off for now, but I'll be back. Stay tuned to Station Atlas, your beacon of foresight in the wasteland. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to explore the crucial topic of emotional resilience and support in our challenging new reality. The psychological toll of survival can be as threatening as any physical danger, and maintaining mental health is essential for both individual well-being and community cohesion. Let's start with understanding the common emotional challenges we face in our post-impact world. Many of us are dealing with profound grief for lost loved ones, for the world we once knew, for the futures we had imagined. This grief can manifest in various ways: sadness, anger, numbness, or even physical symptoms. It's important to recognize that these reactions are normal and valid responses to our extraordinary circumstances. Anxiety is another prevalent issue. The constant uncertainty of our new reality, the daily challenges of survival, and the threat of potential dangers can lead to chronic stress and anxiety. This can manifest as restlessness, difficulty concentrating, irritability, or sleep disturbances. Understanding that these are normal responses to abnormal situations is the first step in managing them. Post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, is a significant concern for many survivors. The traumatic events of the impacts and their aftermath can lead to intrusive memories, nightmares, hypervigilance, and avoidance behaviors. While we may not have access to professional mental health care, there are strategies we can employ to manage these symptoms. Depression is another challenge many face. The loss of hope, the daily struggle for survival, and the isolation many feel can contribute to depressive symptoms. It's crucial to recognize signs of depression in yourself and others, and to take active steps to combat it. Now, let's talk about building emotional resilience. Resilience isn't about never feeling negative emotions. It's about being able to adapt and bounce back from adversity. One key aspect of resilience is maintaining a sense of purpose. In our post-impact world, this might come from contributing to your community's survival, preserving knowledge for future generations, or working towards long-term recovery goals. Cultivating a growth mindset is another important aspect of resilience. This means viewing challenges as opportunities for learning and growth rather than insurmountable obstacles. Every day in our new world presents opportunities to learn new skills and adapt to new situations. Embracing this can help build confidence and reduce feelings of helplessness. Social connections are crucial for emotional resilience. In our fragmented world, it's more important than ever to build and maintain strong relationships within our communities. Regular community gatherings, shared meals, and collaborative projects can all help foster these connections. Even in small groups or isolated situations, making time for meaningful interaction is vital. Practicing mindfulness and grounding techniques can be powerful tools for managing stress and anxiety. Simple breathing exercises, such as focusing on your breath for a few minutes each day, can help calm the mind and reduce stress. Grounding exercises, like focusing on your 5 senses to connect with the present moment, can be helpful when feeling overwhelmed. Physical activity is another crucial component of emotional well-being. Regular exercise releases endorphins, which can improve mood and reduce stress. Even in confined spaces, activities like stretching, bodyweight exercises, or pacing can make a significant difference. If it's safe to do so, spending time in nature can be particularly beneficial for mental health. Maintaining routines can provide a sense of normalcy and control in our chaotic world. Try to establish regular sleep patterns, meal times, and daily activities. This structure can be comforting and help reduce anxiety. Now, let's discuss how we can support each other emotionally within our communities. Active listening is a powerful tool. Sometimes, people just need to be heard without judgment or immediate attempts to solve their problems. Practice giving your full attention when others are speaking, acknowledging their feelings, and showing empathy. Creating safe spaces for emotional expression is important. This could be regular community meetings where people can share their feelings, or designated quiet areas where where individuals can retreat when feeling overwhelmed. Normalize talking about emotions and mental health in your community. These could be organized around specific challenges: grief support, parent groups, or groups for those dealing with PTSD, for example. Having a space to connect with others facing similar struggles can reduce feelings of isolation and provide practical coping strategies. For those in leadership positions, it's crucial to model good emotional health practices and to create a culture where seeking support is encouraged, not stigmatized. Leaders should also be aware of the potential for burnout and take steps to ensure that responsibilities are shared and that everyone has time for rest and self-care. In communities with children, special attention should be paid to their emotional needs. Children may express trauma and stress differently than adults. Providing stability, opportunities for play, and age-appropriate explanations of our situation can help. Encourage children to express their feelings through art, storytelling, or play. For elderly community members who may be struggling with the loss of their familiar world and routines, finding ways for them to contribute their knowledge and skills can be tremendously beneficial. This not only supports their emotional well-being, but also ensures that valuable knowledge is preserved and passed on. Now, let's address some specific challenges in maintaining emotional health in our post-impact world. Survivor's guilt is a common issue. Feelings of guilt for having survived when others didn't. It's important to acknowledge these feelings, but also to recognize that your survival is not a negative thing. You honor those who were lost by continuing to live and work towards a better future. The constant vigilance required for survival can lead to emotional exhaustion. It's crucial to find ways to relax and recharge, even if only for short periods. This might involve meditation, engaging in a hobby, or simply taking a few minutes each day to appreciate something beautiful in your surroundings. Loneliness can be a significant challenge, especially for those who may be isolated or separated from loved ones. Finding ways to connect with others, even if not physically present, is important. This might involve writing letters, sharing stories, or creating art to communicate with others. The loss of privacy in close-knit survivor communities can be stressful for many. Try to establish norms that respect individual privacy as much as possible, and create opportunities for solitude when safe to do so. Looking to the future, it's important to foster hope while also being realistic. Encourage your community to envision the world you want to rebuild, but also acknowledge the long and challenging road ahead. This balance can help maintain motivation without setting unrealistic expectations. Remember, healing is not linear. There will be good days and bad days. Be patient with yourself and others. Celebrate small victories and moments of joy when they occur. These positive experiences are crucial for building resilience. In future broadcasts, we'll dive deeper into specific mental health techniques. We'll explore topics like managing PTSD symptoms, strategies for supporting grieving community members, and techniques for fostering positive mental health in children growing up in our changed world. As always, we'll continue to share success stories and innovations from survivor communities around the world. Stay compassionate, stay connected, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing rebuilding governance structures. As we move beyond immediate survival, establishing fair and effective systems for community decision-making and conflict resolution is crucial. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could be key to creating stable, just communities in our new world. Remember, survivors, every moment of kindness, every instance of emotional support you offer or receive is a testament to our shared humanity. Whether you're listening to a friend's troubles, practicing self-care, or working to build a more emotionally resilient community, you're not just surviving, you're preserving the compassion and connection that make us human. This is Atlas, signing off for now, but I'll be back. Stay tuned to Station Atlas, your beacon of empathy in the wasteland. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to explore the crucial topic of rebuilding governance structures. As we move beyond immediate survival, establishing fair and effective systems for community decision-making and conflict resolution is essential for creating stable, just communities in our new world. Let's start with the basics of governance in our post-impact reality. The large-scale governments of the old world are largely gone, leaving us with the opportunity and responsibility to create new systems that work for our smaller, more localized communities that are transparent, fair, and adaptable to our changing circumstances. One of the first steps in establishing governance is to define your community's values and goals. What principles do you want to guide your decision-making? What kind of society are you trying to build? Having a clear, shared vision can help unite your community and provide a framework for creating rules and resolving conflicts. Participatory democracy is a model worth considering for many survivor communities. This involves creating systems where all members have a voice in decision-making processes. Regular town hall meetings where issues are discussed openly can be an effective way to ensure everyone feels heard and involved. However, pure democracy can be slow and inefficient, especially in crisis situations. Consider implementing a council system for day-to-day governance. This could involve elected representatives from different segments of your community who meet regularly to make decisions and address issues. Ensure that the selection process for these representatives is fair and transparent. Establishing clear roles and responsibilities within your governance structure is crucial. You might have individuals or small groups responsible for specific areas such as resource management, security, health, and education. Make sure these roles are well defined and that there are systems in place for accountability. Term limits for leadership positions can be an important safeguard against the concentration of power. In our uncertain world, flexibility in leadership can be a strength, allowing for new ideas and preventing burnout. Now, let's talk about creating and enforcing rules in your community. Start with the basics, rules that ensure safety and fair resource distribution. As your community stabilizes, you can develop more comprehensive codes of conduct. Always ensure that rules are clearly communicated and consistently enforced. When it comes to enforcing rules, consider a tiered system of consequences for violations, starting with warnings and progressing to more serious penalties for repeat offenses. Remember, the goal is to maintain order and fairness, not to be punitive. Conflict resolution is a critical aspect of governance. Establish a clear, fair process for resolving disputes between community members. This could involve mediation by neutral parties or a community justice committee. The key is to have a system that all members trust and respect. For more serious offenses, you may need to establish a judicial process. This could involve a jury of community members or a panel of respected elders. Ensure that accused individuals have the right to defend themselves and that decisions are based on evidence and community standards. Transparency in governance is crucial for maintaining trust. Regular community meetings to discuss decisions, open access to records of rules and their enforcement, and clear communication channels between leadership and community members can all contribute to transparency. Resource management is often at the heart of community governance. Establish fair systems for distributing food, water, and other essential supplies. This might involve rationing systems, work for resource exchanges, or other methods that ensure equitable distribution while incentivizing contribution to the community. In our post-impact world, the ability to adapt quickly to new challenges is crucial. Build flexibility into your governance structures. Regular reviews of your systems and willingness to change what isn't working will help your community remain resilient in the face of changing circumstances. Education about civics and governance is important for all community members, but especially for younger generations who may not remember the governance systems of the old world. Incorporate lessons on community decision-making, rights, and responsibilities into your education programs. Now, let's address some specific challenges in rebuilding governance structures. One major issue is balancing the need for strong leadership in crisis situations with the desire for democratic processes. Consider implementing emergency protocols that allow for quick decision-making by designated leaders, but with clear limits and accountability measures. Another challenge is integrating new members into your community. Develop clear processes for how newcomers are admitted, what rights and responsibilities they have, and how they can become full participating members of your governance system. Dealing with dissent is another crucial aspect of governance. While unity is important for survival, Healthy communities also need to have space for disagreement and constructive criticism. Establish channels for community members to voice concerns or propose changes to the current system. Inter-community relations are becoming increasingly important as survivor groups begin to reconnect. Consider how your trade agreements and potential conflicts with other communities. Having designated representatives for external relations can be helpful. In communities with diverse backgrounds, ensuring that all groups are fairly represented in your governance structure is crucial. This might involve quota systems for leadership positions or the creation of specific advocates for minority groups within your community. Looking to the future, consider how your governance structures might need to evolve as your community grows or as you begin to reconnect with other survivor groups. The systems that work for a small, isolated community might not be suitable for larger, more connected societies. Remember, good governance is not just about rules and structures. It's about fostering a sense of shared purpose and mutual responsibility among community members. Encourage active citizenship and create opportunities for all members to contribute to the community's well-being. In future broadcasts, we'll dive deeper into specific aspects of community governance. We'll explore topics like creating constitutions for survivor communities, techniques for effective leadership in crisis situations, and strategies for resolving inter-community conflicts. As always, we'll continue to share success stories and innovations from survivor communities around the world. Stay engaged, stay fair, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing theories on Earth's recovery. Understanding the long-term changes to our planet is crucial for planning our future and adapting to our new reality. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could be key to understanding the challenges and opportunities we'll face in the years to come. Remember, survivors, every decision you make together, every conflict you resolve peacefully, is a step towards rebuilding not just communities, but civilization itself. Whether you're participating in a community meeting, serving on a council, or simply following the rules you've collectively established, you're not just governing, you're laying the foundation for a more just and resilient society. This is Atlas, signing off for now, but I'll be back. Stay tuned to Station Atlas, your beacon of order in the wasteland. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to explore theories on Earth's recovery. Understanding the long-term changes to our planet is crucial for planning our future and adapting to our new reality. The information we'll discuss could be key to understanding the challenges and opportunities we'll face in the years to come. Let's start with the current state of our planet. The meteor impacts have drastically altered Earth's climate and ecosystems. The dust and debris thrown into the atmosphere have created what scientists call an impact winter, blocking out sunlight and lowering global temperatures. But this is a temporary condition, and understanding how it will evolve is crucial for our long-term planning. The first phase of recovery, which we're currently experiencing, is characterized by this impact winter. Estimates vary, but most theories suggest that the worst of this cooling effect could last anywhere from 3 to 10 years. During this time, we can expect continued lower temperatures, altered precipitation patterns, and reduced sunlight reaching the Earth's surface. As the dust begins to settle, literally and figuratively, we'll enter the second phase of recovery. This phase is likely to be marked by rapid warming. As the atmosphere clears and more sunlight reaches the surface, temperatures could rise quickly. This warming phase could bring its own set of challenges, including rapid ice melt, rising sea levels, and extreme weather events. One theory suggests that this warming phase could be exacerbated by the release of greenhouse gases trapped in permafrost. As the Earth warms and permafrost melts, large amounts of methane and carbon dioxide could be released, potentially accelerating the warming process. This could lead to a period of climate instability, with rapid swings between warming and cooling. The impact on the water cycle is another crucial aspect of Earth's recovery. The initial impacts vaporized enormous amounts of water, and the ongoing climate changes have disrupted normal precipitation patterns. Some theories suggest that as the Earth recovers, we could see a period of increased rainfall globally, as all that vaporized water returns to the surface. Ocean currents, which play a crucial role in regulating global climate, have been significantly disrupted by the impacts. Some scientists theorize that it could take decades or even centuries for these currents to stabilize into new patterns. This could lead to long-term changes in regional climates, affecting everything from rainfall patterns to the distribution of marine Earth's crust, the impact triggering increased seismic and volcanic activity in many areas. Some theories suggest that this increased activity could continue for years or even decades. While this presents obvious dangers, it could also accelerate the release of nutrients into the environment, potentially aiding in the recovery of ecosystems. Speaking of ecosystems, the recovery of plant and animal life is a crucial aspect of Earth's overall recovery. The theory of ecological succession suggests that pioneer species, hardy plants and animals that can survive in harsh conditions, will be the first to recolonize impacted areas. Over time, these species will alter the environment, making it suitable for a wider range of life. Some scientists theorize that we could see rapid evolution in many species as they adapt to our changed world. This could lead to the emergence of new species specially adapted to post-impact conditions. While many species have undoubtedly been lost, the principle of convergent evolution suggests that new species may evolve to fill similar ecological niches. The impact winter has been particularly hard on photosynthetic organisms, from tiny phytoplankton to massive trees. However, as light levels increase, we can expect to see a rapid resurgence of plant life. Some theories suggest that this could lead to a period of intense global greening, as plants take advantage of increased CO2 levels and newly available habitats. In the oceans, the impacts have disrupted the delicate balance of marine ecosystems. However, the resilience of life in the oceans has surprised scientists in the past. Some theories suggest that we could see a rapid diversification of marine life as species adapt to new conditions and fill ecological niches left vacant by extinct species. The long-term fate of the polar ice caps is another crucial question. While the impact winter has led to short-term ice expansion, the subsequent warming phase could result in rapid ice melt. Some models suggest that we could see ice-free Arctic summers within a few decades, which would have far-reaching consequences for global climate patterns. Soil recovery is another important aspect to consider. The impacts have left many areas with degraded or contaminated soil. However, natural processes of soil formation continue. Some theories suggest that the increased weathering of exposed rock due to climate instability could actually accelerate soil formation in some areas. The recovery of the ozone layer, which protects life on Earth from harmful ultraviolet radiation, is another important consideration. The impacts likely cause some damage to the ozone layer, but the cessation of human-caused ozone depletion might allow for faster recovery. Some models suggest the ozone layer could fully recover within a few decades. Now let's consider some of the more extreme theories about Earth's recovery. Some scientists have proposed that the impacts could have shifted the Earth's axis slightly. While this wouldn't be noticeable in our day-to-day lives, it could have long-term effects on climate patterns and seasons. Another intriguing theory suggests that the impacts could have triggered a magnetic pole reversal. The Earth's magnetic field has reversed many times in geological history, and we were arguably overdue for another reversal. If this is occurring, we could see significant changes in the Earth's magnetic field over the coming centuries, with potential impacts on everything from animal migration to the distribution of cosmic radiation reaching the Earth's surface. Some researchers have proposed that the massive dust clouds could have a silver lining, quite literally. The dust might increase the formation of noctilucent clouds, high-altitude clouds that reflect sunlight, and could help cool the planet during the warming phase of recovery. Looking even further into the future, some theories suggest that the impacts could have long-term benefits for the Earth's habitability. The release of trapped CO2 from carbonate rocks could help stave off the gradual cooling that the Earth was experiencing over geological timescales before the impacts. It's important to note that all of these theories are based on models and our understanding of Earth systems, which is still incomplete. The reality of Earth's recovery is likely to be more complex and potentially more surprising than any single theory can predict. What does all this mean for us, the survivors trying to rebuild in this changed world? First and foremost, It means we need to be adaptable. The Earth's recovery will not be a straight line from devastation to restoration, but rather a complex process with many twists and turns. In the short term, we need to be prepared for the end of the impact winter and the potential rapid warming that could follow. This could bring challenges like increased storm activity, rapid changes in precipitation patterns, and rising sea levels. Understanding these long-term trends is crucial. We need to be ready to adapt our farming practices as conditions change. This might involve shifting to different crop species, altering planting and harvest times, or developing new irrigation systems. The potential for increased seismic and volcanic activity means we need to be cautious about where we establish long-term settlements. Areas that were once considered geologically stable might now be at risk. The recovery of ecosystems presents both challenges and opportunities. As plant and animal species reclaim and adapt to changed environments, we need to be ready to coexist with them. This might involve dealing with new pest species, but also learning to sustainably use newly abundant resources. Perhaps most importantly, understanding these theories of Earth's recovery can give us hope. While our world has been drastically altered, life and the systems that support it are incredibly resilient. The Earth will recover, and with careful stewardship, we can recover along with it. In future broadcasts, we'll dive deeper into specific aspects of Earth's recovery. We'll explore topics like monitoring climate change without modern technology, adapting agriculture to changing conditions, and strategies for sustainable development in our recovering world. As always, we'll continue to share observations and insights from survivor communities around the world. Stay adaptable, stay observant, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing preserving and sharing scientific knowledge. In our changed world, maintaining and advancing our understanding of science is crucial for long-term survival and rebuilding. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could be key to ensuring that the hard-won knowledge of our species isn't lost in the struggle for survival. Remember, survivors, every observation you make, every adaptation you implement, is contributing to our understanding of our changed world. Whether you're tracking weather patterns, noting changes in local flora and fauna, or simply sharing your experiences with others, you're not just surviving, you're participating in the grand experiment of Earth's recovery. This is Atlas, signing off for now, but I'll be back. Stay tuned to Station Atlas, your beacon of understanding in the wasteland. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to explore the crucial topic of preserving and sharing scientific knowledge. In our changed world, maintaining and advancing our understanding of science is essential for long-term survival and rebuilding. The information we'll discuss could be key to ensuring that the hard-won knowledge of our species isn't lost in the struggle for survival. Let's start with the importance of scientific knowledge in our post-impact world. Science isn't just abstract theories. It's the foundation of everything from agriculture to medicine, from energy production to weather prediction. Preserving this knowledge is crucial for solving the immediate challenges we face and for rebuilding a technologically advanced society in the future. One of the first steps in preserving scientific knowledge is identifying the experts in your community. These might be former scientists, engineers, teachers, or anyone with specialized technical knowledge. Create a system to document their knowledge, whether through written records, audio recordings, or apprenticeship programs. Establishing community libraries is another crucial step. If you have access to scientific textbooks, journals, or technical manuals, protect these valuable resources. In areas with high humidity, use silica gel packets or other desiccants to prevent mold growth. In dry areas, protect books from sunlight to prevent degradation. Consider creating multiple copies of the most important text to distribute among different communities. For communities with access to working computers or other digital devices, preserving digital information is vital. However, electronic storage is vulnerable to power outages and physical damage. Consider printing out critical information as a backup. For long-term storage of digital data, look into etching information onto metal plates or other durable materials. Creating a standardized system for recording and sharing scientific observations is crucial. Encourage all community members to keep detailed records of weather patterns plant growth cycles, animal behavior, and any other natural phenomena they observe. These records, when compiled and analyzed, can provide valuable insights into our changing environment. Establishing regular science meetings in your community can help keep scientific thinking alive. These could be forums for sharing observations, discussing theories, or teaching scientific concepts. Encourage a spirit of inquiry for younger members of your community. Incorporating science education into your curriculum is essential. Focus on practical, hands-on learning. Simple experiments that demonstrate basic scientific principles can be conducted with minimal equipment. For example, a basic understanding of physics can be taught through lessons on simple machines, which are crucial for many survival tasks. Now, let's talk about specific scientific disciplines and how to preserve and advance knowledge in each. In the field of biology, understanding local ecosystems is crucial for survival. Encourage community members to create detailed catalogs of local plant and animal species, noting their characteristics, behaviors, and potential uses. This knowledge is vital for everything from foraging to pest control. In chemistry, focus on practical applications. Knowledge of basic chemical reactions is crucial for tasks like purifying water, preserving food, or creating simple medications. If you have community members with advanced chemistry knowledge, work on documenting simple, reproducible experiments that demonstrate key concepts. Physics knowledge is essential for many aspects of rebuilding, from constructing sturdy shelters to developing new energy sources. Preserve and share knowledge about mechanics, thermodynamics, and optics. Even basic physics principles can lead to significant improvements in tools and technologies. Mathematics is the language of science, and preserving mathematical knowledge is crucial. From basic arithmetic needed for rationing supplies to more advanced concepts used in engineering and data analysis, math skills will be essential for rebuilding. Consider setting up math education programs for all age groups in your community. Astronomy, while it might seem less immediately practical, can be crucial for navigation and timekeeping. Preserving knowledge about celestial bodies and their movements can help in creating accurate calendars and navigating without modern technology. In the field of earth sciences, understanding geology, meteorology, and hydrology is vital for predicting natural disasters, finding water sources, and adapting to our changed climate. Encourage the creation of detailed geological and hydrological maps of your local area. Medical knowledge is perhaps one of the most immediately crucial scientific fields to preserve. Document all available information about human anatomy, disease prevention, and treatment methods. Even basic first aid knowledge, when widely shared, can save countless lives. Now, let's address some of the challenges in preserving and sharing scientific knowledge. One major issue is the potential loss of context. Many scientific concepts build upon each other, and losing foundational knowledge can make more advanced concepts difficult to understand or apply. To combat this, focus on preserving knowledge in a structured, hierarchical manner, ensuring that basic concepts are thoroughly documented. Another challenge is the verification of information. In our post-impact world, it may be difficult to replicate experiments or access multiple sources to confirm scientific claims. Develop systems for peer review within your community, where multiple knowledgeable individuals can assess and verify new information before it's widely shared. The loss of specialized scientific equipment presents another significant challenge. Many experiments and observations in the pre-impact world relied on advanced technology that we no longer have access to. Focus on developing low-tech alternatives and on experiments that can be conducted with minimal equipment. Language barriers can also hinder the sharing of scientific knowledge between communities. Consider developing a simplified scientific vocabulary that can be easily translated or understood across different languages. Visual aids, diagrams, and practical demonstrations can also help overcome language barriers. Looking to the future, we need to think about how to not just preserve, but advance scientific knowledge in our new world. Encourage a culture of innovation and experimentation in your community. Every survival challenge we face is an opportunity for scientific inquiry and problem solving. Consider establishing a system for sharing scientific knowledge between communities. This could involve regular meetings between community representatives or a network of messengers who carry scientific information along with other news and trade goods. Remember, in our post-impact world, the line between scientific knowledge and practical survival skills is often blurred. Cultivate a mindset where every community member is a potential scientist, making observations and testing hypotheses in their daily lives. In future broadcasts, we'll dive deeper into specific scientific disciplines and how they apply to our post-impact world. We'll explore topics like conducting scientific experiments with limited resources, problem-solving to scientific survival situations, and strategies for rekindling large-scale scientific collaboration between communities. As always, we'll continue to share success stories and innovations from survivor communities around the world. Stay curious, stay methodical, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing planning for the future. As we stabilize our immediate survival situations, it's crucial to start thinking long-term about how we want to rebuild our world. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could be key to shaping the direction of human civilization in the years and decades to come. Remember, survivors, every piece of knowledge you preserve, every observation you make, every experiment you conduct is contributing to the continuity of human understanding. Whether you're teaching a child basic math, recording weather patterns, or puzzling over a new natural phenomenon, you're not just learning, you're keeping the flame of scientific inquiry alive in our darkened world. This is Atlas, signing off for now, but I'll be back. Stay tuned to Station Atlas, your beacon of knowledge in the wasteland. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to explore the crucial topic of planning for the future. As we stabilize our immediate survival situations, it's essential to start thinking long-term about how we want to rebuild our world. The information we'll discuss could be key to shaping the direction of human civilization in the years and decades to come. Let's start with the importance of long-term planning in our post-impact world. While day-to-day survival is still a priority for many, having a vision for the future gives us direction and hope. It allows us to make decisions today that will benefit us in the years to come. Without a plan, we risk falling into a cycle of mere subsistence, missing opportunities to truly rebuild and thrive. The first step in planning for the future is to assess your current situation and resources. Take stock of your community's strengths and weaknesses. What skills do your members possess? What natural resources are available in your area? What are the main challenges you face? This assessment will form the foundation of your long-term plans. Next, establish clear, long-term goals for your community. These might include things like achieving food security, developing sustainable energy sources, re-establishing communication networks, or rebuilding educational systems. Make sure these goals are specific, measurable, and realistic given your current resources. Creating a timeline for these goals is crucial. Break down your long-term objectives into medium-term and short-term milestones. This allows you to track your progress and adjust your plans as needed. Remember, flexibility is key in our uncertain world. Your plans should be adaptable to changing circumstances. One of the most important aspects of future planning is sustainable resource management. We need to use our limited resources wisely to ensure they last for generations to come. This might involve developing renewable energy sources, implementing efficient water management systems, or creating closed-loop recycling programs. Population planning is another crucial aspect to consider. In our post-impact world, every community member is a valuable resource, but we also need to ensure our population doesn't outgrow our ability to support it. Discuss family planning openly in your community and consider the long-term implications of population growth or decline. Education is key to any long-term plan. We need to ensure that knowledge and skills are passed down to younger generations. Consider establishing formal education systems in your community, focusing not just on basic literacy and numeracy, but also on practical skills needed for survival and rebuilding. Healthcare is another critical area for future planning. While we may not be able to immediately recreate the advanced medical systems of the pre-impact world, we can work towards improving our ability to prevent and treat illnesses. This might involve training community members in medical skills, establishing hygiene protocols, or researching and cultivating medicinal plants. Rebuilding infrastructure should be a key part of your long-term plans. Start with essential systems like water distribution, waste management, and basic shelter. As resources allow, you can work towards more advanced projects like renewable energy systems or communication networks. Economic planning is also important, even in our changed world. Consider what system of exchange will work best for your community in the long term. This might be a barter system, a local currency, or something entirely new. The goal is to create a system that encourages productivity and fair distribution of resources. Environmental stewardship. We've seen the devastating effects of environmental neglect. As we rebuild, we have the opportunity to create systems that work in harmony with nature rather than against it. This might involve reforestation projects, wildlife conservation efforts, or developing permaculture systems. Governance is another crucial area for long-term planning. The systems you put in place now will shape your community's future. Consider what form of governance will best serve your community in the long term. This might involve writing a constitution, establishing systems for fair representation, and creating mechanisms for peaceful conflict resolution. Technological development is an important aspect of future planning. While we may not be able to immediately recreate all the technologies of the pre-impact world, we can work towards rebuilding and improving upon essential technologies. Focus on technologies that significantly improve quality of life and sustainability, such as water purification systems, alternative energy sources, or communication devices. Cultural preservation and development should also be part of your long-term plans. Culture gives us identity and meaning beyond mere survival. Consider how to preserve important aspects of pre-impact cultures, while also developing new cultural expressions that reflect your community's experiences and values. Inter-community relations will become increasingly important as we move forward. Your long-term plans should include strategies for building alliances, establishing trade relationships, and resolving conflicts with other survivor groups. Consider how your community can contribute to and benefit from a wider network of rebuilt societies. Disaster preparedness must be a key component of any future plan. While we've already survived one global catastrophe, we need to be ready for future challenges. This might involve creating early warning systems, building disaster-resistant infrastructure, or maintaining emergency supplies. Now, let's address some of the challenges in long-term planning. One major issue is balancing immediate needs with long-term goals. It can be difficult to allocate resources to future projects when there are pressing current needs. Strive to find a balance, and remember that investing in the future can often make addressing current needs easier in the long run. Another challenge is maintaining community buy-in for long-term plans. Not everyone may share the same vision for the future. Regular community meetings to discuss and refine plans can help ensure that everyone feels heard and invested in the community's future. Uncertainty is perhaps the biggest challenge in long-term planning. Our world is still changing, and it's impossible to predict exactly what challenges we'll face in the future. This is why adaptability is so crucial. Regular reviews and adjustments of your plans will help ensure they remain relevant and achievable. Limited resources can also hinder long-term planning. We may not always have the materials or skills needed to achieve our goals. Creative problem-solving and efficient resource use will be key. Remember, sometimes constraints can breed innovation. Looking to the future, we need to consider not just the rebuilding of individual communities, but the reconnection and rebuilding of larger-scale societies. Your long-term plan should include considerations of how your community might eventually reintegrate with a larger, rebuilt civilization. In future broadcasts, we'll dive deeper into specific aspects of future planning. We'll explore topics like long-term agricultural planning, strategies for technological redevelopment, and methods for preserving and passing on cultural heritage. As always, we'll continue to share success stories and innovations from survivor communities around the world. Stay visionary, stay determined, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing rumors and speculation circulating in our post-impact world. While information is crucial for survival, misinformation can be dangerous. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could be key to separating fact from fiction and making informed decisions in our uncertain world. Remember, survivors, every plan you make, every seed you plant for the future, is an act of hope and defiance against the devastation around us. Whether you're sketching out plans for a new irrigation system, teaching a child to read, or simply dreaming of a better tomorrow, you're not just surviving, you're laying the groundwork for a new and potentially better world. This is Atlas, signing off for now, but I'll be back. Stay tuned to Station Atlas, your beacon of foresight in the wasteland. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to explore the topic of rumors and speculation circulating in our post-impact for survival. Misinformation can be dangerous. The information we'll discuss could be key to separating fact from fiction and making informed decisions in our uncertain world. Let's start by acknowledging that in times of crisis and uncertainty, rumors and speculation are natural. People seek to make sense of their changed circumstances, and in the absence of reliable information, stories and theories can spread quickly. However, it's crucial that we approach these rumors with a critical mind, always seeking verification and considering the source of information. One of the most persistent rumors I've heard circulating is that the meteor impacts were not natural events, but rather the result of some form of weapon or intentional attack. Let me be clear. All available evidence points to these being natural, albeit catastrophic, events. Asteroid impacts have occurred throughout Earth's history. While the cluster of impacts we experienced was unusual, it's not outside the realm of natural possibility. Another common speculation I've encountered is that some world governments knew about the impending impacts and chose not to warn the general population. While it's true that astronomers had been monitoring near-Earth objects for years before the impacts, the detection of these specific meteors came too late for any meaningful warning or preparation. The chaos and widespread destruction we witnessed in the aftermath is strong evidence that no significant preparations were made. There are also rumors circulating about supposed safe zones, untouched by the impacts or their after effects. While it's true that some areas were less directly affected than others, no place on Earth has been left completely untouched by the global consequences of the impacts. Be very cautious about claims of utopian safe havens, as these could lead to dangerous and fruitless journeys. I've heard speculation that the impacts have triggered a magnetic pole reversal or shifted the Earth's axis. While the impacts were enormously powerful, they weren't nearly strong enough to cause such drastic changes to our planet's fundamental properties. The changes we're experiencing are due to atmospheric and climatic effects, not alterations to the Earth's magnetic field or rotational axis. Another persistent rumor is that the impacts have created new sources of valuable resources, like precious metals or gems. While it's true that the meteors themselves contained metals, the idea that they've created easily accessible new deposits is largely a myth. The material from the meteors was mostly vaporized or scattered widely on impact. Any new resources created are likely to be difficult and dangerous to access. There's also speculation about the survival of various public figures or government bodies. While it's possible that some high-level officials survived in prepared bunkers, the widespread destruction and chaos we've witnessed suggests that no large-scale continuity of pre-impact governance structures exists. Be wary of anyone claiming authority based on pre-impact positions of power. I've heard rumors of miraculous cures or immunity to post-impact diseases. While it's true that our immune systems are adapting to our new environment, there are no magic solutions. Maintain skepticism about any claims of cure-alls or immunity boosters. Good hygiene, proper nutrition, and caution are still our best defenses against illness. There's also speculation about increased paranormal or supernatural activity since the impacts. While our changed world can certainly seem strange and frightening, there's no evidence to suggest any increase in unexplainable phenomena. What might seem supernatural often has a rational explanation when we look closer. Another rumor I've encountered is that some animals have developed advanced intelligence or unusual abilities in the post-impact world. While it's true that many species are adapting to our changed environment, and some may be displaying new behaviors, there's no evidence of drastic changes in animal intelligence or capabilities. Observe wildlife cautiously and report any unusual behaviors, but maintain a rational perspective. I've also heard speculation about hidden technologies or secret scientific advancements that could rapidly restore our pre-impact way of life. While it's possible that some advanced technologies have survived in isolated pockets, the global scale of destruction makes it unlikely that any such technology could provide a quick fix for our current challenges. Our path forward will require hard work, innovation, and patience. There are rumors circulating about the existence of large-scale underground civilizations that have been thriving since the impacts. While it's true that some survivor groups have found refuge in underground spaces, the logistics of maintaining a large population underground for an extended period are extremely challenging. Be skeptical of claims about I've encountered speculation that the impacts have awakened ancient or dormant life forms, either from deep underground or from the meteors themselves. While the impacts have certainly disturbed many ecosystems, there's no evidence of any previously unknown life forms emerging. New or unusual species you encounter are more likely to be known organisms adapting to changed conditions. Another persistent rumor is that some individuals have developed superhuman abilities or resistance to the harsh post-impact conditions. While humans are certainly capable of remarkable feats, especially in survival situations, there's no evidence of anyone developing abilities beyond the normal range of human capability. Celebrate the resilience and adaptability of survivors, but maintain realistic expectations. There's also speculation about the existence of time travelers or interdimensional beings interfering with our post-impact world. While the drastic changes we've experienced might make such fantastic ideas seem plausible, there's no credible evidence for such phenomena. Focus on the very real and pressing challenges we face in our current reality. I've heard rumors of rapidly mutating plants or animals that could either save or destroy survivor communities. While it's true that many species are adapting to our changed environment, the process of evolution typically occurs over much longer timescales. Any unusual plants or animals you encounter are more likely to be previously unfamiliar species, not rapid mutations. There's also speculation about the psychological effects of the impacts, with some claiming that survivors have developed a collective consciousness or heightened empathic abilities. While shared trauma can certainly create strong bonds between survivors, there's no evidence of any supernatural expansion of human consciousness. The sense of connection many feel is more likely due to our shared experiences and the need for cooperation in our new world. Another rumor I've encountered is that the impacts were a form of divine judgment or the fulfillment of ancient prophecies. While people find different ways to make sense of the catastrophe we've experienced, it's important to remember that asteroid impacts are natural phenomena that have occurred throughout Earth's history. Focus on the practical challenges of survival and rebuilding, rather than seeking supernatural explanations. I've also heard speculation about the existence of advanced artificial intelligences that survived the impacts and are now either helping or hindering human survival efforts. While it's possible that some computer systems survived in protected locations, the widespread destruction of infrastructure makes the existence of large-scale, active AI systems unlikely. Our rebuilding efforts will depend primarily on human ingenuity and cooperation. There are rumors circulating about drastic changes to human physiology in response to the post-impact environment, such as the development of new organs or sensory abilities. While the human body is adaptable, such extreme changes would take many generations to develop, if they were to occur at all. Any unusual physical symptoms should be treated as potential health issues and addressed with caution. I've encountered speculation about the discovery of ancient technologies or lost civilizations uncovered by the impacts. While the changed landscape may reveal previously hidden archaeological sites, there's no evidence of any advanced ancient technology that could dramatically alter our current situation. Approach any unusual discoveries with scientific curiosity, but maintain realistic expectations. Another persistent rumor is that some individuals or groups have developed the ability to control the weather or manipulate the post-impact environment on a large scale. While understanding and adapting to our changed climate is crucial, there's no evidence of anyone possessing such godlike powers over nature. Focus on practical methods of environmental management and adaptation. In addressing these rumors and speculations, I want to emphasize the importance of critical thinking and information verification. In our post-impact world, accurate information can mean the difference between life and death. Always consider the source of any information you receive. Seek multiple viewpoints and, whenever possible, empirical evidence before accepting any claim as fact. Encourage a culture of rational skepticism in your communities. This doesn't mean rejecting all new information, but rather approaching it with a questioning mind. Ask, how do we know this? What evidence supports this claim? Are there alternative explanations? Remember, the spread of misinformation, even if unintentional, can have serious consequences. False hopes can lead to wasted resources and dangerous decisions. Unfounded fears can create panic and discord within communities. By promoting critical thinking, we can build more resilient and well-informed survivor groups. In future broadcasts, we'll continue to address common rumors and speculations, providing factual information and rational analysis. We'll also explore techniques for effective information gathering and verification in our post-impact world. As always, we'll share insights and experiences from survivor communities around the globe. Stay skeptical, stay informed, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world. Up next, we'll be discussing our closing thoughts and looking ahead to the future. As we face the challenges of rebuilding, it's crucial to maintain hope and a sense of purpose. Don't go away. The information you're about to hear could provide the inspiration and direction needed to face the days ahead with courage and determination. Remember, survivors, every rumor you question, every piece of information you verify, is a step towards building a more informed and resilient society. Whether you're debunking a harmful myth or sharing accurate knowledge with your community, you're not just seeking truth, you're laying the foundation for a future built on facts rather than fear. This is Atlas, signing off for now, but I'll be back. Stay tuned to Station Atlas, your beacon of reason in the wasteland. Welcome back to Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-impact world. This is Atlas, and as promised, we're going to share our closing thoughts and look ahead to the future. As we face the challenges of rebuilding, it's crucial to maintain hope and a sense of purpose. The reflections and insights we'll discuss could provide the inspiration and direction needed to face the days ahead with courage and determination. Let's start by acknowledging how far we've come. 6 months ago, our world was turned upside down. The meteor impacts brought destruction on a scale none of us had ever imagined. In those first chaotic days and weeks, survival itself seemed uncertain. Yet here we are, not just surviving, but beginning to rebuild. Each of you listening to this broadcast is a testament to human resilience and adaptability. We've learned so much in these past months. We've rediscovered old skills and developed new ones. We've learned to grow food in harsh conditions, to purify water with limited resources, to generate power from what's available around us. We've become medics, engineers, farmers, and leaders out of sheer necessity. This accumulated knowledge and experience is our most valuable asset as we move forward. Our view of the world has fundamentally changed. The borders and nations that once divided us have little meaning in our new reality. We've seen how interconnected we truly are, how the fate of one community can affect us all. This understanding can be the foundation for a more united, cooperative human society as we rebuild. We've also gained a new appreciation for our planet. We've seen firsthand how changes to our environment can impact every aspect of our lives. As we rebuild, we have the opportunity to create a way of life that's more in harmony with the natural world. This isn't just idealism, it's a practical necessity for our long-term survival. Looking ahead, we face significant challenges. The impact winter will continue to affect our climate for years to come. We'll need to adapt our agriculture, our energy systems, and our ways of life to these new conditions. But with each passing day, we're gaining more understanding of our changed world and how to thrive in it. The rebuilding of infrastructure will be a monumental task. We're not just repairing what was damaged, we're reimagining what our built environment should look like in our new world. This is an opportunity to create more resilient, sustainable systems from the ground up. Reestablishing long-distance communication and transportation networks will be crucial for sharing knowledge and resources between survivor communities. As we extend our reach, we'll discover new challenges, but also new allies and opportunities. The preservation and advancement of scientific knowledge will be vital for our long-term progress. We can't afford to lose the understanding that took our species millennia to accumulate. Every bit of knowledge we preserve and every new discovery we make is a victory for our collective future. We must also focus on rebuilding our social structures and institutions. The governance systems, educational methods, and cultural practices we develop now will shape the kind of society we become. We have the chance to learn from the mistakes of the past and create more just, inclusive, and adaptive social structures. Health will remain a primary concern. As we deal with the long-term health impacts of the catastrophe and face new medical challenges, we'll need to continually adapt and improve our healthcare practices. The medical knowledge we preserve and develop could mean the difference between life and death. Mental health is an area we can't afford to neglect. The trauma we've all experienced will have lasting effects. Creating support systems, finding ways to process our experiences, and maintaining hope in the face of adversity will be ongoing challenges. But they're challenges we must meet for the well-being of our communities. Education will be key to our long-term success. We need to ensure that the knowledge and skills we've gained are passed on to future generations. This isn't just about formal schooling, but about creating a culture of lifelong learning and adaptation. As we look to the future, we must also consider how to handle population growth and resource management in our new world. The decisions we make now about how we use our limited resources and how we grow our communities will have far-reaching consequences. We should also be prepared for the possibility of discovering other survivor groups as we expand our reach. How we approach these encounters, whether with openness and cooperation or fear and hostility, will greatly impact the kind of world we rebuild. The redevelopment of technology will be a gradual but important process. While we may not be able to immediately recreate all the technologies of the pre-impact world, each step forward enhances our capabilities and opens new possibilities. We must also consider our relationship with the recovering natural world. As ecosystems begin to stabilize and adapt to the post-impact conditions, we'll need to find ways to coexist with and support the revival of biodiversity. Our survival is intricately linked with the health of our planet's ecosystems. Looking further ahead, we should keep in mind the possibility of future cosmic impacts. While another event on the scale of what we've experienced is statistically unlikely in the near future, developing better detection and prevention systems should be a long-term goal for our rebuilt civilization. We should also start thinking about how to preserve the history of what we've experienced. The impact event and its aftermath represent a pivotal moment in human history. Documenting our experiences, challenges, and triumphs will be invaluable for future generations. As we rebuild, we'll likely face ethical dilemmas we haven't anticipated. How we handle these challenges, the principles we choose to uphold, even in the face of adversity, will define who we are as a society. We have the opportunity to create a moral framework that reflects the best of human values. We should also remain open to the possibility of surprising discoveries as we explore our changed world. The impacts may have uncovered geological formations or archaeological sites previously hidden. Each discovery is an opportunity to learn more about our planet and our history. Maintaining hope and a sense of purpose will be crucial in the years to come. There will be setbacks and difficult times ahead, but we must remember that each small step forward is a victory. Every crop harvested, every child taught, every innovation developed brings us closer to a thriving future. We must also be prepared for the long-term psychological impacts of living in a post-disaster world. As the immediate shock fades, we may face new emotional challenges. Cultivating resilience, both individual and collective, will be an ongoing process. As we rebuild, we should consider what aspects of pre-impact society we want to recreate and what we want to leave behind. This is an opportunity to address long-standing social issues and create a more equitable and sustainable civilization. Looking to the far future, we should keep alive the dream of once again exploring beyond our planet. While space exploration may seem like a distant concern now, maintaining that long-term vision can inspire innovation and remind us of the vast possibilities that still lie before us. In closing, I want to emphasize that despite all the challenges we face, there is reason for hope. Human beings have faced and overcome tremendous adversities throughout our history. We are innovative, adaptable, and above all, resilient. The fact that we have survived the initial catastrophe and are now looking towards rebuilding is testament to our collective strength. Each of you listening to this broadcast is part of one of the most important endeavors in human history, the rebuilding of civilization in the wake of a global catastrophe. Every action you take, every kindness you show, every problem you solve is contributing to this monumental task. Remember that you are not alone in this journey. Across the world, other survivors are facing similar challenges, developing solutions, and working towards a better future. By sharing our knowledge, resources, and hope, we can achieve far more than we ever could alone. As we move forward, let's carry with us the lessons we've learned, the importance of cooperation, the value of knowledge, the strength found in community. Let these guide us as we work to create a world that is not just a pale reflection of what was lost, but something new and perhaps even better. Stay strong, stay hopeful, and keep listening. This is Atlas, your guide in the post-impact world, signing off for now. But I'll be back, continuing to share crucial information, inspiration, and connection as we navigate this challenging but promising new chapter in human history. Until next time, this is Station Atlas, your beacon of hope in the wasteland. Keep surviving, keep rebuilding, and keep believing in the potential of our shared future.